Hello. Hi. How you're doing? Welcome. I'm flat still. Thank you for joining Sammy's VRC and streaming if you want. I wanted to, honestly, but I also feel like since my brain is kind of full of monster mystery quest for kinship, and I kind of decided to play this today, so I didn't join Celeste VR chat as much as I would love to, honestly, because for the past 2 times that I joined her VR chat group, it has been nothing short of amazing, honestly, right? From someone who has been traumatized, right? I played VR chat about, gosh, it could be like 6 or 7 years ago. Like, it was a long time ago that I played VR chat with another group of mine, but there were just way too many people, and I'm just so not well known in their group, but I decided to join anyway because there's someone who I really look up to, and I got scared because there were too many people and I got ignored most of the time. So that's why I hold a Celeste VR chat group on a very comfy and high regard, because Celeste brought me back essentially, and I feel nothing but warmth and I feel included, you know? So I would say, yeah, Celeste VR chat makes me, VR chat group makes me want to play VR chat again. So I am definitely planning on next time, since this is a monthly thing, right? Before anything though, hi Brian, hi Johnny, hi Betok, welcome back. And there's a Yiprandy. Fairies here. Oh, the snake. Yeah, lots of dragon there. Yeah, the group is weekly. The streamed one is monthly, I believe. So, the streamed one. So that, I'm glad I got it right. Oh, that was actually kind of loud. So, with this in mind, I would still want to join the weekly group, the weekly VR chat group, hangout. Even though I have to wake up kind of early, but I think honestly that's like well worth it. It honestly makes my brain feel so happy. I'll be honest. Every single time that I want to join a VR chat group, I feel extreme anxiety for obvious reasons, right? Since I know there's a lot of people who Celeste know for a way long time, and then I'm practically like the new kobold in the block, you know, who just suddenly appeared in front of her and be like, hi, you know. So obviously I would feel anxious that how would people feel about my appearance, or sorry, not appearance, my sudden appearance to their group, right? So how would they feel? Would they feel like I'm an awkward person, or I'm just standing there menacingly, you know? I always think about those kind of things before I join the VR chat group, and albeit I still feel that way, but whenever I work the courage, I work my courage up and then be like, okay, let's join, let's just press the button and see how it goes, right? And then whenever I do that, and then the first thing I noticed every time is whenever I join the instance, there's always someone, or I just have to walk a little bit of distance, and then someone looked at me and be like, hey Tylra, you know. It's that little moments of greetings, right? And then once one person mentioned that, hey Tylra, and then everyone just be like, oh hi, welcome. It's always a feeling that makes me feel included. I might cry even. Right? Because to be completely honest, most of the groups that I'm in, I'm always the one that's left out. Be it like the furry groups, the real life groups, right? I'm always like the second choice, you know what I mean? I don't mind that, to be honest, but once that feeling gets like dragged out for too many years, and then and then I will eventually, my brain would just be like, oh hey, you're the second choice, so why even bother, right? Eventually it leads to me feeling that way, and I'm getting emotional again. I'm okay, I promise. I feel fine. I feel definitely very fine. Just you know, sometimes when I share something like this, I just feel a little bit emotional. But yeah, whenever I join an instance and then having someone greet me, it makes me feel very inclusive. It makes me feel I'm there, I belong, and I'm not the second choice. It honestly makes me feel so fucking happy that I could cry. I never had that feeling before. Because honestly, I'm not gonna brag or anything, but I don't know why there are like people who invites me to their VR chat group a lot of times, right? You know, like the Sabahan ones, the Singapore ones, like those kind of groups. When I join, I just don't feel included. Whenever I join a group chat, it's always like I'm there for their numbers. I think you guys know what I mean. As a host, right? Like, as a host, obviously you want the more people joining your session. You would be like, oh yeah, a lot of people joining my session, hell yeah, it feels good, right? Obviously that's the feeling that the host wants to go for, right? But as the person who joins the group and then constantly getting ignored and doesn't know what to do and feel lost all the time, that is not a very good feeling. But honestly, it's not. It makes me feel anxiety, it makes me feel like I don't belong, it makes me feel like I want to leave immediately. Albeit there are a few times where I try to work on my courage to talk to someone because it's via chat group, right? I know it's a large group, I tried it multiple times, so I tried to work on my courage and try to talk to people, and then I get ignored. And then it's either I get ignored or people just be like, oh hey, and then walks away to another place where they can hang out with another person. Yeah, that happens to me a lot of times. I want to say I feel numb towards it. I want to say I feel numb with that feeling, but I'm not. I guess I'm not as I'm not as, oh, what's the word for it? I don't know. I'm not as numb as I thought, right? No, I'm not. I'm still a human being. I want to feel loved. I want to feel included. And all in all, with me venting like, well, I don't know if okay, maybe I'm venting. I don't know. I'm sorry for doing this again, but still, I just kind of want to share my feelings a little bit, right? All in all of those leads to, again, Celeste VR chat group, who is all very, very inclusive, all very, very welcoming. I feel like I belong. I really do. Like, they see me as this little kobold gremlin. Right? They see me as this little kobold gremlin, and then just I and then interacts with this little kobold. I feel great. Even when sometimes Celeste does something sus with me, you know, like, okay, I don't need to make any examples, but whenever Celeste does something to me, and then people around would just be like, "Oh, that's adorable," or like commenting to the situation and be like, "Oh, and the Como was never seen again," or something like that. Right? I heard that. It's little details and little moments like that, right? It's not. It might seem insignificant, but to me, I think I'm too like detailed. Like I look at little interactions too much, right? And then little moments like that makes me feel even more included. So yeah, I feel very happy. Also, hi Zeus. I cannot count this high. I don't know what the number is. Oh, I have no idea what the number is. It's 3 number, but I don't know what it is. I can't. Zeus is doing it. Sandy's never doing anything sus. Right, why am I saying of course Celeste is never doing anything sus? Koba is social anxieties. Yeah, I feel like I have severe social anxiety. And then me talking about this while doing streaming is just... I know it kind of contradicts my point, but I still want to say my point still stands, right? I couldn't deny it. I have social anxiety, and for many years I've been trying to break out my own bubble. I've been trying to overcome my anxiety, and by trying to interact with new people, right? I've been trying. I really did. But whenever I try, I just get shoved back into my own bubble. It's a shitty feeling, but I don't want to give up, right? To be fair, this is your space here. True. This is the space where I have the absolute say in this space, right? So like when people are being dumb, people are being like bad in general, right? People are being like the bad people they are. I can always just like boom, they're gone, right? I know sometimes I might be very lenient with my rules and shit, but when people do like bad shit here that makes me feel uncomfortable, they are gone. They are gone. So yeah, this is essentially my space, my safe space, and I do plan and still plan to make this my very own safe space, and I want to share with people that I trust. So yeah, to be fair, my viewership is not huge. It's not. It's honestly not. But it does make me feel very happy because, like, albeit the numbers are low, but these are the numbers that I interact with, I trust. Can I say I cultivated? I don't know. Right? Those, like, these are the people that I care and they care about me as well. So in a way that makes me feel extremely happy to be able to have so many people. It is a lot of people that actually cares about me. So yeah, whenever I feel down, I sometimes just think about, hey, there are people on my stream that is looking forward to my appearance almost every day. And I think something like that, I might be stroking my own ego here, but it does make me feel very happy. It really does. And it makes me feel like I don't want to give up. I have dreams and I don't want to give up. Not yet anyway. So yeah, that's all the things I don't know. Well, talking about VR chat just kind of brings me to this topic. I don't know. Hi, Narix. My cursor become a bone on your stream. I saw. I think it was like Aragon that has that. That
what you're doing right
extension.
Now, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Yep. Hi, Snowwolf. Can I bonk myself? Did it happen? I don't know. Do I feel bonked, ED? When I double click it, blow. Well, no blow lah. I don't think I'm flexible enough to blow myself. I don't know if the bonk exists, but hey, it's there. I bonked myself, but hey, I see the bonk, but I don't know if you guys see the bonk as well. Anyway, I am ready to play some Monster Mystery Quest for Kinship. It's local only? Oh, that's fair. What? Brian, oh my god. With Prime for 37 months, oh my goodness. Thank you, Brian. Gosh, Prime. Subbing with Prime always makes me feel like extra happy. Because with Prime you can only choose one people, right? One people only for Prime, then you choose a little couple. Wow. Thank you, Brian. Alright, I have my monster mystery here. I don't know how long. Oh, I forgot I'm there. Oops, I forgot to put myself back. Oh no, I'm too small. Wait a minute. Why I so small one? I think that's accurate. I hope. Let me try. Close enough. Maybe a little bit to the right there. Look at that monster mystery. My favorite couple? I'm someone's favorite. Oh my god. Right, here we go. I ate too much. Huh? 怎么了？墙壁裂掉跟
地板裂掉。等一下啊。那哦，等一下啊，一下子一下子。哦，可能晚上咯。不过我现在帮你搬电视先了。Right, chat. I'll be right back. I need to help my sister with some things real quick, then. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. I'll still put on the small break. Yeah. I'll be right back. I need to help carry the huge mirror on the wall and also a huge TV. Being the only male in the family hurts.
Okay, what you're doing right now, couple, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'll be right back. What's going on? My hand hurts. Ow. Alright, everything is fine. I carried a mirror and I carried a TV. Wow. Okay, everything is fine. Treasure train? What is this? Remain to complete level 1. Limit the time to 35% off gift sub at level 2 during this train. Oh! Is this like a random thing that happened? A treasure train just started on your channel. Participants save 35% on 5 or more gift subs at level 2? Interesting. Well, I don't know where they came from, but... I guess we have a treasure train. But still, I don't really, like... I don't know how I feel about trains like this. I'm just gonna play the game.
Alright, we are Team DergSimps. Team DergSimps coming in. Let's continue playing. We stopped at chapter 2. I don't know if they're gonna start it. Oh yeah, it is at the horror, yep. What a weird dream.
I don't care what you're doing right now, couple, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
What? Hi, Evie. And thanks for the 70 stream streak, oh my god. I was having a dream I was turned into that monster Mizutune. And I became friends with some Lagi actress named LagiDerg. Huh? That music. There's something familiar about it. Where have I heard it before? You mean the reversed music? It's so scary though. It's a music box. It's playing a melody that sounds familiar. It makes me miss my home. My home? Where's my home? I'm trying so hard to remember, but I can't make it out. It was big, full of people just like me. My friends. I also hope Evie's doing it.
Hey look, a dragon. Quick,
Oh.
quick, call out to the dragon. Boo!
Oh.
The dragon scoops Tylra up and calls her a good
Oh.
girl. And Tylra's getting squished with hugs.
Well, at least I'm getting squished with hugs. Like, is it morning already? Huh? Hey, it's time to wake up, you two. Uh-oh. What's all the racket for? That horn you heard just now means it's time for the morning briefing. You'll be sorry if you miss it. That means you have to get up, LagiDerg and Tylra. Okay, Master Yase. LagiDerg? So, it wasn't a dream after all. Okay. Morning, Tylra. Every morning at dawn, we meet outside of the Guildmaster's palace. Meet me outside, and don't forget to bring your treasure bags and kinship badge. Understood, Mr. Yase, sir? The master what again? There's more to this than I thought. Oh, Tylra, I just remembered. Are you feeling a little better after last night? You say you're okay? I'm happy to hear that. Not like it's easy to explain how I feel right now. Yeah, I mean...
Yes, being turned into a monster. I would feel euphoric, I guess. No, hold on. I didn't expect everything that happened last night to be real. If this is real, I should trust LagiDerg. After last night, I feel like we're good friends. I guess we should grab our things and catch up with Master Yase then. I love this game, holy shit. Good, you two made it. Just follow me, I'll take you to where we meet every morning. Okay, Master Yase. The sprite work is so good. Is that Najarala? Oh my god. There's so many monsters. Over here, you two. Oh, we're at the front. Let's go. It appears everyone's present. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Today we have 2 new members of our guild, Tylra and LagiDerg. They are a part of... I forgot. they are a part of DergSimps. Team DergSimps, let's fucking go. We are always happy to have more members of the Burrow. Please welcome them. Hi Tylra, hi LagiDerg. Hi. I have put Mr. Yase in charge of looking after them and teaching them for a time. They are incapable paws. Paws? Please help them if they request it. Now then, remember everyone. Keep your golden smile. Golden smile? I don't know what that means. Alright monsters, let's get to work. Hip hip hooray! I love them. This game is amazing. No way. The music. Based, so based. Holy shit, they put Mezzaporta. They put Monster Hunter Frontier music. I'm actually gonna cry. No fucking way. Oh, I'm so fucking happy. I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm okay. Anyway. That happens every morning. We hear of any special announcement then as well. There was a lot of tension. Oh, it's a small community. There's no need to feel anxious. Now we are free to roam the burrow in peace. It's time I show you a tour around the burrow, right? We can start by getting food. Sounds like a plan, LagiDerg. Oh. I guess my stomach likes the idea, Master Yase. Right this way then. Oh my god, it's the Mezzaportar morning theme. Oh, it's them, they're back. Oh, LagiDerg and Tylra. I'm glad we could lead you safely here, and they appear to have recovered quickly, Tylra. It seems your meeting with Misuteri went well, and they become full-fledged explorers. The little spin? Yep, Tylra and I became explorers together, isn't that great? Absolutely, I can only hope it isn't too overwhelming for you. That's why I'm in charge of them. I have to make sure they behave themselves and all. I'm sure there won't be a problem for you, Yase. I've seen that Tylra and LagiDerg are quite capable on their own as well as when working with a team. That does fill me with confidence, thank you, Dr. Malfesture. We'll be eating now before showing them around the burrow. I see. Best of luck to you then. Good luck, you two. Thank you, Sir Jackie. Oh, Glavenus is the cooker. Chef Glavenus, of course. I'm not surprised. Here we are, Team DergSimps meet. Oh, fuck. Meet Chef Glavenus. All the meals at the burrow are made right here at Chef Glavenus' kitchen. Ha ha! So loud. It feels like a roller cross with major wind pressure. You must be Yase's kids. I'm just in charge of looking after them. Ha ha! Kitten, haha! Welcome to the burrow, LagiDerg and Tylra. Very funny. We'll be eating now. You see, eating a meal in the morning is completely free. We don't have many ingredients, but what we do have, Chef Glaveness makes excellent use of. Huh? Thanks, Yase. He's right. Remember to grab a meal each day or you regret not having the extra stamina. Why don't you pick two ingredients that sound tasty and have a bite while you're here? Yes, please, I'm starving. Why did you pick the ingredients, Tylra? Let's get something together. Oh. Chef Glaveness explanation. Oh wow. Chef Glaveness runs a kitchen at the Burrow, letting monsters eat there every day completely for free. Meals. Before exploring, you can access the kitchen to eat a meal. Meals provide benefits that last for the duration of the next exploration. The meal will buff the first 4 monsters on your team. The first 4? Can there be more? To make a meal, you have to select ingredients in the cook menu. Ingredients have stat benefits they offer to you, like boosting health and evasion. Oh, okay. Combo effect. All ingredients have at least one combo effect. They are seen beneath the stats when looking at the ingredient. To activate a combo, at least 2 selected ingredients must share the same combo effect. Cooking. I have to cook? After selecting all ingredients, the cooking minigame will start. Keep the end of the orange bar within the green zone to properly cook the meal. The better you do, the more ingredients will be added from those you selected, and the more max stamina the team will have for the next exploration. Cool, okay. Can I nom Tylra's tail? Well, I guess the nibble is fine. Well, I still like my tail to be intact. Mon Tumblr, Mon Snoozer. The tail is also the microphone? Yeah, look at that. You will have to eat for some is a resilience to it. Mon Duelist and Snoozer allow standard attack to crit. Oh shit. Duelist Snoozer. I guess I'll get Duelist. Allow standard attacks to crit is pretty nice. Speed up blight and ailment recovery. Wait, maybe I should get something that's like more of a defensive side. Protects right after taking a big hit. Reduce odds of activating traps. Nah, I want crit. So Duelist, only the last 2, so Fetty Tomato and Tony Meat. Worth you, Tylra? Oh, worth you too, Evie. Today's been kinda rough for me. Kitty's not getting better like I had hoped. Oh no. It's not much, but I still hope the kitty gets better after. Right, let's order this one. Nice. The meal was rough and wild. New high score? We take it. So we have Mon Duelist now. Yum, it's so tasty. It was thanks to your cheering, LagiDerg, haha. Thank you for the meal, Chef Glaveness. Don't mention it. Say, Yase, what's your plan with this too? We're going around to Burrow first. I have to show them around. What do you say to giving them a quest of mine when it's time to head out? Ooh, a quest? Can we, Master Sensei Yase? Can we? It depends what the quest is. You can't just accept any quest. What's the quest, Chef Glaveness? Relax yourself, Yase. It's nothing serious. I'm just looking to get my claws on more Gargua. Oh, Gargoyle eggs. It's an ingredient we haven't had access to in some time. Wow, English is so hard actually. I'm looking for a team to go to Gilded Forest and collect the Gargoyle egg. That way we can put her on the menu full time. We can get a Gargoyle egg, right, Master Sensei Yase? Usually new explorers would learn how to explore before taking on a quest. Though, who knows what could be there? We should focus on learning how to properly explore first, then we can do a quest. Oh! Don't make LagiDerg cry. I cannot do anything. Look, they are Yase, okay? But oh my god. Keep doing it, LagiDerg, keep doing it. Okay, fine. We'll try the quest. Yay! We're going to do a quest, isn't that great? We'll accept your quest, Chef Glaveness. Huh? No, those are a couple of go-getters. I guess so. There are a couple of Hornitors, that much is obvious. Okay, Hornitors, we have to prepare extra now, so I hope you're ready to keep moving. You got it, Master Sensei Yase's heard? That's a mouthful. Then let's head over to Miss Lagombe. Thank you for your help, Chef Glaveness. Be back for dinner. Thank you, Chef Glaveness. Bye. We're so small. That's a silver red loss, I think. Oh, nice shout out. Look at Evie. Hi, Roxas. Hello, dears. You must be the new exploration team. Team DergSimps. Silver red loss. It's at the top of the screen just now. Is that Kechawa-cha? Nah, fuck. I hate Kechawa-cha. Yeah, that's us. Okay, Hornitors, this is Miss Lagombe. She's the merchant at the barrow. Hornitors? Now isn't that a silly nickname? I supply the barrow with items like her berries and rations. Little things to make your life exploring easier, dears. But in order to buy them, you'll need Tokis. Do you know what those are? Huh? Tokis? Those must be the shiny coins you can find laying around, right? Monsters drop them all over the place, so it was pretty easy to run across some on my way home every night. That's right. Tokis are the currency the barrow and other guilds use to trade, among other things. I open my new phone, it feels weird. Well, that's why it's a new phone. Because you're not accustomed to it yet. Should have been picking them up then. Oh, don't mind yourself over it now. You're new to the barrow after all. I'd like to give you a guild welcoming gift. And a herberry, please take it. Wow, you mean it? Why, of course. I just want you to know that there are monsters here to support you. Thanks a bunch. Nice. No silver loss? Who was that then? That's generous of you, Miss Lagombe. I'm sure they'll stop by and give you plenty of patronage once they begin exploring and get Tokis of their own. I look forward to being more of a help. Feel free to stop by, even if you just want to say hi, dears. Thanks, Miss Lagombe, we will. Now that you've met Miss Lagombe, I'll introduce you to Takaramono. Oh, Takaramono? Ooh, that's treasure, right? Just follow me, LagiDerg and Tylra. Right behind you. Oh, Almudron. Hello. This is Treasurer Takaramono. Treasurer Takaramono handles the guild's treasury, which is to say he has all the Tokis. Oh mine. I think that's me. That's just me with shinies. This is LagiDerg and Tylra from Team. I'm okay. from Team DergSimps. Ooh. I cannot say that now with a straight face. Ooh. I'm showing them around the barrel. Would you mind explaining what they can use your services for, Treasure Takaramono? Advertise myself? Well, let's see. Greetings, new clients. Welcome to the guild. I am Treasurer Takaramono. You may leave all your precious shiny Tokis with me. It is my duty to protect Tokis and other shiny things. I also offer investment advice. What he means to say is that you can store your Tokis here to keep them safe. You see, if your team ends up being defeated out in the locale somewhere, you drop all your Tokis. Well, I don't want to lose our Tokis. I also offer loans. They don't need a loan right now, thank you, Takaramono. Please stop trying to confuse the new explorers. Taking a loan from me is good financial advice. Sound financial advice. And you can take that to the bank, which is me. The bottom line is protect your Tokis by depositing them with Takaramono. Just remember you can take Tokis back if you need any to spend. The latter is optional. Anyway, it's time we move on to Mr. Bareth. Don't be a stranger. We won't, thank you, Takaramono. Who's that? Are you Bareth? Oh, Bareth. Wait, it's not Bareth. Oh, oops. That is Bareth. Hello, Mr. Bareth. Oh, Mr. Yaste. Hi. You two have to be the new explorers. These two are LagiDerg and Tylra, and you're right. Hi, Mr. Bareth. Which one is which? I'm LagiDerg. I see. Hi, LagiDerg. That must make the other Tylras. Yep. Mr. Bareth runs storage here at the burrow. Since you'll be exploring, it's inevitable that your treasure bags are going to fill up very quickly. You can store what you don't need with Mr. Bareth. Of course, it also protects you from losing those items when you're defeated. If you're defeated while exploring, you drop a bunch of items in your treasure bags, so put anything important and unused away with Mr. Bareth. We'll drop both Tokis and items if you're defeated? Let's be sure to put our stuff away at Mr. Bareth if we don't plan on using it. And that way we can save on space in our treasure bags to keep them safe. We only have enough room to store 24 items of yours. I think we can make more room later. You see, when a team becomes a higher rank, we allow them to store more items. So, until you rank up, you have to make room in your treasure bags by selling things to Miss Lagombi if your storage is full. Okay, that makes sense. It's all pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? Thank you for explaining, Mr. Bareth. Yep. There's just one more monster I'd like to show you both to. His name is Melmon Rata. Oh, understood. Bye, Mr. Bareth. See you later, yep. Is this not Silver Rattalos? Mailmon, who are you? Are you OC Don't Steal? If it isn't Yasei and the new recruits. You've been running around all over the burrow like a bunch of sand stars, haven't you? Yasei, you aren't making them say hi to every single monster, are you? No, of course not. They are large monsters after all. That'll be quite small large monsters. That's besides the point. The point is that I'd like to introduce them to you. Well, alright then, if you say so. I'm Retta, but you two can just call me Mailmon. I'm your mon for all things mail, name implied today. Hi Mailmon. Hey there, LagiDerg. Anyways, I'm just here to establish communication between guilds and their members. If you ever want to accept mail like subquests or team cards that were sent over from other monsters around the land, you can come to me for that. Of course, you can send out your own team card to other by asking me to, eh? Master Yase, what's a team card? I'm glad you asked. A team card has all the information about your team, so by sending your team card to someone else out there, they can see all about they can see all about Team DergSimps. Wow! Team DergSimps? He blue, so I guess that's an OC don't steal. That way your team can lend them assistance on explorations. Same to you if you have the team card. Whoa, so team cards let us work with monsters from faraway places. So cool. That's right, of course I do a lot of other things too. Lots and lots of stuff, but none of that is important to an explorer like you. Thanks for letting us know, Mailman. Of course, don't be afraid to swoop by in time, eh? I should get back to work. I have lots of letters to deliver. We won't hold you out any longer. Thank you, Mailman. Anytime, really. I'll try to help out if I can. Thank you. We'll see you later, Mailman. Bye-bye now. Be safe, eh? He was added as part of someone's idea, so it is OC. The said person drew a Azraratha as a male monster as a thong, and Baden took the idea and added to this game. Ah, yeah, it is someone's OC. Well, kind of, I guess. Someone's creation. Speaking of being safe, be mindful that sharing your team card will reveal your player and partner names LagiDerg and Tylra, as well as your team name, Team DergSimps. Wait, we can add friends in this game? Crazy. When registering someone else's team card, you will see the player, partner, and team names of the other person. It could contain sensitive or vulgar content. Oh wow. Never share sensitive information using the system. I'm not sure you even can, but like, I felt like saying it anyway. Okay, Hornet Horse, this will be the end of today's tour. I believe that's all the monsters I wanted you to meet. Huh? What's the matter? It's just there were so many monsters in the morning briefing that we haven't met yet. Did we miss something? Oh no, don't be silly. They're around, but I'd like for you to explore for yourselves too. Consider it your first exploration, the rest of the burrow. Here, I'd like for you both to have these. Ooh, money! So many Tokis! Yeah, don't spend it all in one place. Well, actually you don't have a choice. Should we spend on items at like Miss Lagombi's shop? That's for you two to decide, it's all yours. Now then, I'll leave you on your own for now. If you have questions, you can come to me and ask for guidance. You can find me behind my dojo. That's the house you were sleeping in last night. Just head in and through the backyard. Okay. Don't be worried, and when you're ready to head out on the quest you got us into, just head down to the departure gate. Money. Money. The departure gate is right over there, you can't miss it. I'll be waiting to head out to Gilded Forest with you, just depart and I'll be on my way. Okay, thank you for everything, Mr. Sensei Yasei's heard. Don't mention it, good luck. You know where to find me. Steals Brian and Steals Brian. I want to get stolen by Dragon. Hi, Exen. Well, Tylra, I guess we are on our own now. I'll let you take the lead. It's not because I'm nervous. I just want to watch your back, yeah. Lead the way, Tylra. Why do I have a hammer? Because it's the extension. It's stolen, it's stolen, it's stolen. Gilded Forest has marked on your map, yay! I still cannot believe they put Mesa Porta theme. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry, that music is so fucking good. Game progress saved. So we have 300 money, rank points. A mysterious presence is given this monster the gift of kinship. The gene allows a monster to catch thrown items, use held items, avoid attacking teammates, avoid using skills they're instructed not to, and avoid stepping on visible traps unless pushed. What? But I still hit myself. Or like I hit my... Oh, so only AI. If I control it myself, I still hit teammate. Okay, that makes sense. Add card from clipboard. Team DergSimps. I know you can be including it first, but don't worry yourselves. Thank you, Melmon. Everyone's been really friendly so far. Good, that makes me happy to hear. Don't be a stranger, alright? Okay. So, we have 300 money. Now that Yase is out looking for you. Too bad. Oh my god. Well, that makes 300 not as much, isn't it? Hello? Restores stamina, cures poison, cures blights. Do we have stamina? So is there like a fullness? I think there has to be like a stamina mechanic then. So it's the same as like playing as Hunter. I guess I buy some ration. I already have one berry, I think. Yeah. Never realized stamina being an issue. Fair. It's mostly time. Oh! Oh, the music is so fucking good, I'm gonna cry. We've seen feral monsters all over the place recently. Ooh. Oh my god, they have this? Jakura. Telemar. Make sure to be home before dark. Big monsters like us like to scare little monsters like you. Oh my god, they're like the antagonists. Oh, wait, is this... These are like rice monsters, right? Yeah, these are all like from rice. I forgot. Oh, Somnocaf, right? This one? Somnocaf is so cute. Our leader doesn't talk to new recruits. We are rank 5, we don't have time for new teams like yours. Okay, bitch. Is that Nursula? Is this not... Is this not Ratna Kadaki? I thought this is Ratna Kadaki. I think that's everything, to be honest. Najarala, oh my god! Rattles, oh my god! Oh my god! Najarala, so good, holy shit! Superb, Yase's new trainees are wasting their time talking to me of all monsters. You shouldn't be standing here talking to me. You should be getting out work, explorers. You want to know who I am, is that it? I'm the alarm master, Rattles. I blow the horn every morning. That horn means get out of bed, because if you miss the morning briefing, you'll be in big trouble. I will be watching over the barrow from Mount Rescue, a safe distance from you, but we're not allowed there while renovations are taking place. I write and manage bounties and outlaws, record unstable environments, and alert the guild if something needs alerting. That's all. You can go now. Aww, meanie, but I still love Najarala. And then we have like Beetlejuice. Basil. Hey there kiddos, hope you're enjoying your first day as explorers. Lots of monsters around here call me Elder Basil. I rescue explorers and bring them home if they get hurt. Normally Alarm Master Rattles and myself would be at Mount Rescue, but it's under renovation. This gate leads here, this gate leads there, but I can't let you go until... Let's go see it until the renovations are finished. Do your best out there, kiddo, or I'll have to come get you. That's kinda scary, okay. So these are like the houses. Ooh. Yeah, look at Ixen. Precious dragon, oh my god. Guidance. Advanced movement. Reach the stairs. Lock to diag, okay. Swapping. When you walk in the underworld stage, an enemy, you swap place with a monster. Section is where monster's actions. I'm machine swap place in battle. Swapping. Oh! Was there a water
Tylra, 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 Tylra. You were a good girl, yeah.
Wait, Ixen is playing Mind Mogul? Oh my god, I want to play that game! I've been kind of saving out to play Mind Mogul. You can push the maximum situations where swap causes this. Oh, there's a free demo? Ooh. If you hold on the hotkey button while walking into a monster that is an enemy, you will push the other monster. Oh, I didn't know. When you push a monster, you and the monster as well as any friendly monster in front of them will all move in the same direction, only turning if something is in the way. They can push to make other monsters go into room or holes before you. Another useful push is making the team behind you retreat back into the hallway after seeing a room is too dangerous, since swap may result in the swap monster being defeated. Yeah, I did. Holy shit, that's so good! Always be based on highest attribute. Fair. While less damage and skills do not require consume PP. Oh my god, they have push, it's insanely good. It doesn't mean you can hit the turn on spot button to snap towards an enemy next to you. Getting hit by them will also automatically turn you. Turn on spot button to manually rotate them to face in the appropriate direction without moving on. That's excellent. Leg control, Q or X button on the controller. Ah, okay. Forward tech. Skills, even when they are on attacks, have a range. Range of a skill. Oh, okay. Must right of the infinite muscle directly in front of them. An important distinction between all ranges is the use of monsters, friendly monsters, and enemies. These will usually tell you if there is a specific type of target the skill affects in particular. Ah, okay. Most monsters will all take the same amount of damage from physical attacks, making them reliable. Knowing your monster's weakness is important if you want to deal accidental damage or put elemental blights on an enemy. Super effective, so yellow effective, red super effective, blue is less effective, black is just not effective at all. Okay. Although elemental skills have a chance to inflict elemental blights. Having 15 or higher resistance to an element, a monster becomes immune to the elemental blight. Okay. Not all blights are elemental blights, but all blights, including elemental blights, can be cured with a null berry. 5 elemental blights. Fire blight, quickly over a short time. Ice blight, consume more PP than usual. Water blight lowers evasion and defense. Thunder blight can cause monster to be stunned when hit. Lowers affinity and weakens elemental attacks. Oh, that's dragon blight. Lowers affinity and weaken elemental attack? That's kinda scary. Alright, we read this. Okay. Alright, glad I went through that. That's actually very useful. Alright, let's go explore. Where will the team explore? That's how you make your monsters go before you, else you never utilized it. I don't know what this music is. Recruited monsters? There's only 2 of us. Acquainted teams? Team card edit team? Oh, I can choose leader? Or player partner locked. Oh, okay. You have the mud can so Jean can walk in mud. Doesn't travel around his second faster. To the clearings, Paratones and Snake Toes can commonly trip up explorers. It's possible to avoid them looking closely for the grass they hide in. Okay, so some things, I guess. This is all like new. I never seen these things before. Right, that's the part. So Yasei is just gonna follow us, right? Hence blue cabled Corsham. They have fucking shrine temple music or whatever it is in Rise. Oh, so fucking good. I'm gonna cry. You picked up something that you can use. Some items can heal or grant you buffs, while others could cure you of ailments. Check what item can do in the item menu. If you give them item the teammate themselves on their own, they feel like they need to. You picked up Tokis, the currency of the world. Collect as much as you can. Okay. So now I can give to this one. There. So turn to spot. This is okay. Someone's coming. Oh, I didn't mean to. Oh my god, they make the music so fucking good. God damn. Oh, okay. Yasei is a lot of health. Was there someone behind us? Oh, can I walk that? Oh no, it's Kechawacha. Nice, got him. I think I can take care of this one. Uh-oh. Nice. HP 2, resistant, water resistance 1, speed attack 1. I gained the Gene Desperate Diver? I'm making tides! I love LagiDerg, so adorable. HP 2, power speed 1. And accuracy 1? Ooh! Stinger. You have awoken your first gene. Genes can be obtained through gaining experience or fulfilling certain requirements. A gene can change the way a monster makes decisions, boost damage, or even grant immunities and other bonuses. You can find a monster's gene in the team menu. Select check genes to switch them on and off and see see more information on them. Okay. So this one, genes. Surrounds itself in a current of water while under intense stress. The monster's water damage is bolstered when they are weak. Ah, okay. The monsters has a slightly higher affinity when targeting monsters under any status ailment or blight with an attack. Station state buffs does not. Okay. I can take care of this one. Oh. Hi, Nick Cobalt. Cobalt friend. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Oh my god. Yasei is so strong. Oh, red. Right, it's Aknosum, of course. Boop Ixon, yes. Right, that's pretty good. Money? Alright, Barov can just do that. Oh. Inflicted with paralysis. Oh shit. Uh-oh. I guess there's a chance that we cannot move. I pressed the button. Accuracy harshly fail? Guess we survived that. There's someone else down there, I think. Yeah. I don't I couldn't see them. I don't know. Oh, is that Toby Kadachi? Okay. Oh, leap attack. Okay. Did he just move twice? So I guess I move once, they move twice because I'm paralyzed. Yeah, half my movement. Okay, okay. Oh no! Wait, we should get out. We should get out. And Toby is so adorable though, look at that. Alright, we good, we good. This is really bad though. That works. Oh. Are they all just like running away from me or something? I don't know if this hits. Oh, hell yeah. Uh-oh. Nice. We're so good. HP defense power 2, speed attack 1. I'm learning a lot. HP 2, defense power 1, technical 1. Exceal? Whoa. Ooh. Ow. I think there's speed. I got fire blight, I might die here. If Toby attacks me, defense fell. Okay. We're fine, we're fine. That hurt? Blast Blight Poison. I can only eat this one. Oh, did I lose Fire Blight towards the end? Unlucky. It's okay, we're gonna explore this place to like the fullest possible. Aye. Ooh. Alright, we're good, we're good. Oh, get back, get back. We need open space here. Arcanosome uses Tailwind. Oh, the one behind. Oh, nice. Unlucky. Aye. LagiDerg is fine. Okay. Okay, let's go. Okay, this is not too bad. Forward. Yep. Ui. Thank you, Duelist. Mon Duelist, so good. Oh. I'm gonna Spitfire. Nice. That's kind of not nice. I'm immune to I'm immune to poison. I forgot. Let's do one of these. I shouldn't have done that. Actually, I should. There. Nice. HP 2, speed attack 1, technical 1. Leap attack? Oh, so good. Okay, okay. We have 2 range option now. HP 2, power 2, speed 1. Holy shit. Watch this. I've seen Toby use that one. Barrel can range as well, I think. Enemies up to 2 tiles away. Oh, so good. Water spray 4 left, scratch 11. It's kinda bad. Oh, we got one thing. Cherry berry. Cures paralysis. Well, it would be nice if I got that last floor. Uh-oh. Might be kind of bad to fight them here, but I guess I have to... Yeah, I think I have to. I'm being super lucky now, I think. Yeah. Power attack fail? It's fine. I speed attack. Okay, we good, we good? Oh, oh no. Oh, all of us. Paralysis, oh no. Okay, it doesn't last too long, thank goodness. Right, we good. Throw one more. That's pretty good. Oh, that's the shortest one, I feel like. Alright, here we go. More ranged option, very nice. Oh, it doesn't go that far, oops. Ooh. Oh, it's a dead end. Nice. I want to explore this map to like the fullest. That's why I'm not going into the stairs for now. HP 2, defense speed 1. I did it! I love LagiDerg. HP 2, defense 1, power attack 1, technical 1. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Can we attack like this? Oh! I think we can. Oh, crap. Okay, maybe we cannot, actually. Oh. Nice, thank you. Wee. Can I really not attack like this? Wow, it just misses every time. So I guess I cannot do that. Alright, we survived that somehow. No. Oh. Oh! Oh, that's a thing? Oh my god, it's so cool! Wait, the AI knows to wake... Oh my god, okay. That is so fucking amazing, actually. Holy shit. Okay, this game is fucking amazing. The AI will wake you up by doing a normal attack on you. Okay, I think we're pretty strong now, which is very, very nice, honestly. Lucky. Nothing to throw. Yeah. Oh. I had the feeling. Alright, everything is fine. Is that a tiny Izuchi? Oh my god! Oh wait, Yase is great Izuchi. This is just a tiny Izuchi, is it? No, it is Great Itsuchi. What? That's a very tiny Azuros. Holy, it hurts though. Yasei and all the other monsters in the burrow are adult monsters, so they big. Oh, right, of course. They're big. What? What is this placement? I'm stuck. Dev, fix this? I want to explore more. Wait, maybe I can cancel it and... Yeah, I can. Okay, this is fine. HP 2, power attack 1, accuracy 1, nice. Making tides? HP 2, thunder resistance 1, power attack 1, speed 1. Cancel. Okay, there we go. No big deal, no big deal. Oh, I can tell them what to do? Oh wait, no, I only... Okay, yeah. Might be a bad idea to ignore the one behind. Try. Yeah, I cannot. What? A tail attack? Velocipray? Oh, the hip attack. Velocidrome, right. The size, like... the size, they are so smart. Oh. Nah. Oh no. Oh, I forgot the buff, right. I need my speed attack. That's kinda cute. Where are they going? Right, I forgot their flip attack. Wee, nice. Love the crit effect. That's like straight up from Monster Hunter Stories, right? Such a cool effect. Okay. So under the 10th floor, I assume? Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'm awake at least. Ow! Okay, now awake. I need to remember using Tailwind every time. Ooh, getting very lucky. Leap attack? Yeah. Are you gonna charge? Yeah. Ooh, they got one shot. Okay. HP 2, defense speed, attack 2. Ooh, defense 1. Evasion up 1. Nice. Yay, leveled up. We love LagiDerg. HP 2, defense and power 1. Technical 1 as well. Lucky is power, right? Yeah, Lucky is mega power. And I'm mega speed. Yeah. Yase is very balanced. Uh-oh. I think Yase got this. Yeah. If running low on time, you can only be exploring locker for a certain number of steps. Once you're out of the steps, you'll be forced to leave. What?
Excuse me, but good Kobo needs pat.
I want to be pet. Please pet the couple. You can see how many steps you have left by opening the menu and check the bottom panel. What? Oh no! There's a... No! Why? Shit. Alright, okay. Oh no, there's a dead end too. This is like extra bad. It's a one way that's fucked up. You just need to tell Mud. No one can step on Mud. Well, no one on my team can anyway. Okay. Nice. I have to go now, like really fast. Right, skip any step I can. Can I just force myself to work on Mud? It doesn't go. Uh-oh. Yes, I got it. We're gonna go first. Yeah. I have to fly in Wyvern Privilege. Yeah, I mean, if you're flying, then you should be like, you should be able to ignore all the terrain thing. Don't get it, it's fine. Ooh, that's pretty good, okay. Alright, just get in, just get in. Wow, that was kind of scary. Over there, Tira. Egg. There's an egg, alright. A Gagra egg. So we managed to find one after all. Good job, Monotoes. That was easy. Thanks, Master Sensei Yase. Of course, we couldn't have done it without Tira. You both did well. Now let's collect the egg and go home. Ready, Tira? Let's go get the egg for Chef Glaveness. It's gonna be a boss fight, I feel like. Okay, maybe not. LagiDerg put the Gagra egg someplace safe. Quest complete. What is that? Underground? I didn't expect to see you back here, Toriyase. Huh? Who's there? We're explorers, we're not scared of you. Oh my god, the laggy portrait, oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh! Saisho. It's Mr. Yase now. Oh, you have Gaki? What's going on, Master Yase? We're being ambushed by outlaws. You aren't permitted to fight outlaws at your rank, so leave this to me. Outlaws? I want to help, Master Yase. Tyrion are strong enough. We've got to help. Outlaws aren't like the pharaoh monsters you've been fighting, LagiDerg. They're smart like you and I. Are these your kids, Yase? No, they're not. They don't even look like me. Why does everyone keep asking that? You remember the promise you made, right? You're a wanted outlaw, and so I have to arrest you. Don't get these new explorers hurt with your games. It's not worth it. I brought two of my own friends with me, Yase. It's a fair fight, you hear? You should take their help, Tori. You'll need it. You had your chance to join the Barrow. You shouldn't be creeping around the old guild's walls. You both, LagiDerg and Tyra, if you really want to help, defeat the Akanosum and their ally, so I can take on Saisho myself. You can count on us, Yase. Let's do this, defeat the outlaws. Alright, let's do it. I'm not gonna hold back, you hear? Oh shit. I'm getting hungry though. Yase's tactics has changed to intercept, so okay. I need to help. I can take the hits. Get out of here. I'm just gonna throw fruit for Yase. Nah, you win. Enough's enough, you beat me here. I'm glad that's over. Satisfied, Saisho? Yep. I mean, no, this fight isn't over here. You better not call that Beetlejuice to come and take me away while I'm so weak. You mean Elder Basil? We couldn't arrest you even if we wanted, Saisho. Mount Rescue is under renovations. Huh? Are you kidding me? I let you beat me and all, and you can't even arrest me? Looks like it. I guess you just have to take this as a warning to quit hanging around on old guilds, Saisho. I see. Well, then, stay out of trouble. Hey, at least they listen. What's that, Master Yase? You know them? They were an old friend of mine. That's all I want to say right now. Do you still have that gargoyle egg? It didn't break, did it, LagiDerg? The egg's safe and sound. Then it's time we head home. We're supposed to return before dark. Yay! Our very first quest, hero, we did it! Heck yeah, easy. We went with a boss fight. Oh my god. Nice, they have all the frontier music in this game. I'm actually gonna shit my pants, it's so good. Hi Akon, welcome. Frontier is just so underrated. Yeah, even that is from Frontier. Oh my god, it's so good. Waiting for his collab partner to 8-bit fight all the other Monhan music? Yeah. Har har. So you got the gargoyle egg after all. Told you they could do it without a problem, yes, hey? Heck yeah, we're so good. You're welcome, Chef Gleifness. Gargoyle's eggs on the menu. You're gonna try it tomorrow morning, aren't you? Sure we will, right, Tylra? Now for a reward. We got 2k? Shit, I'm rich. Oh, what? Huh? Wait, yeah, it says 200, no? Oh, wow, 2,000? All this money is for us? Of course, it's nothing. See you later. Thank you, see you later, Chef Gleifness. I couldn't do Gleifness sound. Speaking of which, Yase, I'm sure you're well aware that teams of rank 1 are not supposed to fight outlaws. Oh, Najarala hears everything. Of course, of course. Of course I'm aware, Alarm Master rattles. We didn't have much of a choice. Plus we won, so no big deal, right old buddy? The guild masters were not like this. We're sorry, we won't do it again. Please let Master Sensei Yase off the hook this once. He didn't mean to put us in danger. We wanted to help him, really. I just stop whining. Okay, thank you. Yase? Right. Can I see the 2k for a moment, LagiDerg? Oh. Okay, here you go. You received the share of 200. Oh. Huh? Only 200? The guild masters take the other cut for the reward. Sorry, Hornator's, that's just the rules. You just have to accept it. Yeah, that makes sense. That's horrible. All that work for 200. Cheer up, buggers. The Tokis go into renovations like the ones at Mount Rescue. New buildings, more food, and other things too. They'll deal with it. I guess I understand. Haha, dinner's ready! Dinner's ready! Hear that? It's time for dinner. Let's head over and eat the rest of the bar. Eat with the rest of the burrow, LagiDerg and Tylra. Dragon Mama, hello. I should drink water. Welcome. Oh, Dragon Mama is doing it. I don't know if chapter 2 is like almost ending. How is Kobo and Chat? Kobo is feeling pretty alright today. Had nice sleep, I didn't oversleep today, and I had a nice breakfast as well. Although I have to carry a huge TV and a huge mirror from my sister's room though, but that's only a little bit. Chapter 2 is a whole arc basically, so ooh, you know, we see Big Boss. Okay. Wow, maybe I don't get to play Halo today. Or maybe I do? I don't know. I'm starving, let's go eat. Crunch, munch, choo choo, snuffle, slurp. Snuffle, slurp. Many, eat. What a day, I'm worn out. I guess we should get to sleep so we have another great adventure tomorrow. I was really worried about today. It worked out in the end, Master Sensei Yase. Right, I wanted to personally reward you both myself for completing your first quest and not being as much of a headache as I thought you'd both be. This used to help me sleep when I first moved into the burrow. Moving from one life to the next was scary. I only hope it'll help you the same way it helped calm me. Aww. Yes, I put an old brown box on the floor. A crank sticks out. Oh, it's a music box? It looks like a music box. My very first friend gifted it to me. It has a bit of sentimental value. Please take care of it while you're here. Of course, Master Yase, we'll take really good care of it. That makes me happy to hear. Thanks, LagiDerg. Feel free to wind it up and use it if you ever feel like it. Oh, Yase. Good night, Hornators. Good night, Master Yase. Thank you for everything. I love this game. This game is perfect. This game is fucking 20 out of 10. Hi, Calx. This is cute. I know, it's so good. It's so good. Why is there a bonk on the stream? I had it as an overlay today. Now you can bonk. I think it's only local that I don't hear it, question mark? I've heard it before. Are you gonna fight Fatalis now because it's proof of a hero? Good night, LagiDerg. I'm hugging my own tail. This is too good. Do you want to save your progress? Save that will be overwritten. Yes, please. Even that's from Monster Hunter Frontier. Up and Adam, it's time to get up. Oh, good morning, Tylra. Oh, not now. And remember, everyone, keep your golden smile. Did you make the third? No, it's Mizu. It's like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, where the game asks you a bunch of questions and then the game will choose a monster for you. And I got Mizu. Well, second try anyway. There's a bit of a story with that. Alright, monsters, let's get to work. Hip hip hooray! PND nostalgia bonks Dragon over the head with this music. Yeah. And then now it's Monster Hunter music again. Good morning, LagiDerg, Tylra. I hope you both slept well last night. I have something I want to show you. Dragon. I remember saying that the Mon Hunt RPGs would be better if you were the Mons. Right? And then this is the best game ever. Oh my god. I have something I want to show you. Most of the time you aren't going to be asked to do a job, you have to look for one. Looking for a job? That sounds scary. Ooh, that goes for all of us actually. It's not like that, LagiDerg, don't worry. Come on, let me resume our tour. Ah, quest board. This is the quest board. There's all sorts of requests on here from monsters that came by the burrow looking for help. There's so many! There are only a few on here for a team of your rank. It looks like the requests at rank 1 are in Gilded Forest and Deep Woods. The requests are what we call subquests. A team is allowed to have 3 subquests accepted at a time. They'll ask for things like finding lost items or rescuing a lost monster. By completing a subquest, you get rewarded when you get back home. Oh, and it allows you to come home early. Come home early? That's right, if you complete a subquest, you can end via a subquest. You come home early and safely without losing any of your items or tokis. Wait. Oh, so we can get rewards and return safely without having to explore the whole locale. I understand. Oh, wait, give me a second. I actually want to... This one. I love Luggy. I know, Luggy is so precious, I'm gonna cry. The portraits are so good as well. It also rewards you with something very important, rank points. These rank PTS determine your rank, so if you get enough of them, you'll eventually be promoted to rank 2. So for now, I would like you to both to take on subquests in Gilded Forest and Deep Woods to earn your first rank points. Try to get 100 rank points and I'll come up with a new challenge for you. Sounds like fun, I hope. We can do that, right? Let's go earn 100 rank points. Now, I won't be coming with you on these expeditions, so please be careful out there. If you ever need guidance, you know you can find me behind my dojo. Yep, thanks Mr. Sensei Yasei-san. Subquest basics? Ooh. Currency? Complete subquest currency rank points? Quest board as well as many previously completed subquests. Accept subquest from a subquest menu. Up to 3 accepted. Remove from quest menu, okay. Subquests reset each time you return from an expedition. On a quest, you can keep some from disappearing by pinning them. Wait. Pinning subquests reduces the number of new subquests that appear in the list each time it resets. Each subquest has a reward of some kind. This could be currency, an item, or both. And the amount of currency or value item depends on how difficult the subquest is. All subquests for a team reward the team with rank points, which are essential for progressing through the ranks. Are required for unlocking new key and urgent quests. Allows you to end your subquest with the quest menu at any time, returns you on safely while having to reach the end of the locale, which can be helpful in a pinch. Any active key or urgent quest is only retired when you end your subquest and must be resumed at a later time. Right, we have new place now. Sure. Team DergSimps. Oh, every time I see the name. Holy shit. It's so good. I'm gonna cry. I'm preparing to go deep sea tunnel with Sir Jaggy. Sir Jaggy. There's something going on at the deep sea tunnel. Exactly. Checking that. Swimming isn't easy wearing armor, you know, but I can handle it. Food. Haha, like seeing you walking hard looking for a meal? I am. Increase the speed monsters appear in the locale. Oh, there's a challenger? Oh, that's the only one with challenger. Defender and Snoozer. Have recovery speed increased while waiting. Oh! If we can get Defender and Snoozer in one. Yeah, there's no Defender and Snoozer. Oh. Big meat on bone? Yeah. I mean, Duelist helps so much though. I guess I'll still get Duelist. Yeah, these two. Right, let's cook. The cooking music is a bit loud now. Nice. The taste was so refined. New high score, 100 rating. I'm the best. Oh my god. Right? It's so cool. You can tell so much love and care has been like poured into this game. It's crazy. Like I'm not saying this game is the best game in my opinion as a joke. I think it is. Alright. Alright, we have a lot of items that we can sell, I think. That Yase isn't pushing you too hard, is he? Keep up the good work, this. We can sell... Seems simple, but you could keep adding to that to make it harder, right? It feels... It could be because I just started playing this game, so there might be more added to it in the future, question mark? We have so much anti-berry. Two rooseberry, two anti-berry, one cherry berry, one heal. That looks good enough. We have 800 speed band, boost speed attack. Oh! I kinda need it. Yeah, I want it. So I can... This one take... This one take... This one give to me... This one give to Lucky. So Lucky will not get poison anymore, which is very very nice. And let's go get the sub quest real quick. Deep wood, deep wood, deep wood. 5 from deep wood? Oh, wow. Please find my anti-berry. Okay. Rescue Celtas. Take me with you. Kongalala. Hiya. Why put Kongalala in this game? Hi. It's fine. Deliver her berry. Oh wait, I can just skip that one. I took it, it's fine. Client Narga? Oh, I need to pin it. Pin. I need stone. Deliver 1 stone to me as fast as you can. Client Kachawacha? Nope. Okay, so we pinned that one. Money, with 31 money, it's fine. Storage, I think my item is still fine here. Yeah, everything looks fine to me. Najarala. I hope you can go a day without another outlaw situation. If not, I'll have to have a stern talk to that Yase of yours. Hey kiddo, I hear Master Rattles has been staring you down like a revolture ever since your first quest. I think there are more after your master, really. Just do your best for Yase, for Mr. Terry, and more importantly, the barrel. Once the renovations at Mount Rescue are complete, I'm sure Rattles will get off your tail. But I like Najarana though. Unfortunately, I never play any of the PMD games, that's fine. This could be your first PMD game if you ever played this one. I think it's pretty close, I feel like. Yeah, it feels... The game plays pretty much just like a PMD game. We want them on our tail. Of course we do. Oh my god, I love Najarala. That's a cool effect. So I guess we're going to Deep Woods now, right? Yeah, it's very close actually. So Deepwood 367, okay. Let's just go to Deep Woods. We have good items, everything should be fine. Yep, let's do it. You have no cards, you have to register one with me first. If I still the add card from clipboard. Oh, we don't need that actually. very much right in the Explorers of Sky generation of the games, which are the best ones in my opinion. Ooh, I never played that one. I only played Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team. Yeah, that one. Alright, what do we have here? Split by the river. All the thoughts still growing within. Monster use the poison element to live here. Make sure to cure Eddie Berry. Then with the rest of the stairs. Step limit 24k. Ah, there it is. Okay, okay. There's a step limit. Okay, okay. Let's... Yeah, that's the part. It's fine. Yep. We already ate, so it should be fine. Okay. The background on the each page is precious. I know, it's so good. It's so good. Like, my god. I love this game with all my heart. A subquest objective was met, and via subquest. What did I do? Alright, let's explore to the fullest for now. Might be a bad idea actually. Let's just try nothing. Who that? Macau? Oh my god. Let's do Tailwind here. Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh nah, this is bad. How long does a dizzy last? Stop! What the fuck? 8 out of 1 chance! 8 out of 1, I hit Kongalala twice. I have to waste this on fucking... Do we need... Please find my anti-berry. So I have to go... Oh, I already did it. Can rescue me, lead me to 3rd floor. Okay, rescue. We don't need any... Okay. So let me just heal this fucking Kongalala. Hi Nature Dragon, tough dungeon. Well, it's tough because I got 1 out of 8 chance to hit Kongalala and I did it twice. I got 2 out of 8 chance to hit them, but I didn't do it. So yeah, horrible RNG. What the fuck? What happened? Hi Dragon. I cannot do scratch. It's such a... Alright, we good. I had stun, cost me my run. This is dizzy though. Okay, so dizzy lasts for a long time. So long that I had it for a split second. I didn't see it. Let's wait here. I'm healing, I'm healing, I'm healing, I'm healing. Okay. That's a dead end. I wonder if healing costs step count. I hope it's not, actually. That set anim, it's so good. The EP is so adorable. Okay, that's good. I think we scratch whatever we can for now. One shot? Okay. Lucky, why are you there? Okay, Lucky is strong as fuck. Conchu armor? Dead end? I mean, I assume there's 10 floors. I wanna explore. Nice. Oh, Hypnocatrice? Oh. Did they change the name? Isn't the name Hypnoc? Oh, holy lucky. HP 2, speed affinity 1. Wow, I must have leveled up. HP 2, power speed attack 1, technical 1. Ooh, okay. Kongalala, that's not a good place to be, I feel like. Alright, I'm pretty strong too, I think. Is that Puke? Oh, hell yeah. I'm one-shotting everything now. Bishaten? Oh no. Get out of here. Yeah, I can walk on water. So it's lucky. Let's not do that for Kongalala's sake. And Great Rogi? Uh-oh. Nah. Okay, this is fine. Power attack can go any higher? Wait, there's a limit? Wait, it stacks? The attack up stacks? Holy shit, okay. No wonder Lucky does like 10,000 damage. Yay, we made it. Thanks a bunch for this. Bye-bye. Finally. And we got a fruit, this one. Ooh. Hi, Brecky. Oh my goodness. One more. Being spoiled, oh my god. How Brecky is doing good. Oh no, that's so mean! All that for nothing. Oh my god, that's a oh my god, that's a brushie? Oh my god. Ooh, love that brushie, but holy shit. It's so heckin' good. The mega brush, oh my god. This is fine. Ooh, you can play that game. Rock. Money, nice. We love money. How many scratch do I have? 14? Let's not use too much. Uh-oh. Stinky. And Lucky is so strong, it's crazy, holy shit. Right, let's go next floor. So it's gonna be floor 6. Okay, floor 6, and then at floor 7 I need to deliver 1 anti-berry, I think. Uh-oh. Nice, thank you. Floor 7. Getting carried by Lucky. Feels so good. We love Lucky. And dead end. Oh. Nice. Floor 6, 7. I am brain rot. 6, 7. What's with that? Got him. Nothing here. That's pretty much everything explored. Yeah. Okay, so this one we need to do rescue Celtas. Okay. It is the dumbest of dumbest yet latest me. Don't worry. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I've not been like catching up with the meme culture for the longest time. Oh, Celtas. Thank goodness you found me. Please send me home. Rescued by Elder Basil. Nice, we good. Alright, let's keep going. Okay, I need to deliver anti-berry, I think. The meme is that it means nothing. Huh. I'm a cringe elder, so hopefully the fact is it's reached me means it's dying. Oh. I don't know if Dragon Mama is cringe. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know anything about the meme and stuff, so maybe I'm even more cringe. At least I can make use of the water terrain here. Oh, oh. Accuracy rolls. Immune to stun. Ooh. Nice. HP 2, water resistance 1, speed attack 1, affinity 1. Nice. Tyra wants to learn the skill Bubble Bath. Monster can only know 4 skills at a time. Should Tyra replace a skill to make room for Bubble Bath? Yeah. What do you do? Cures the monster of all current status ailments, has no effect on blights or debuff. So, like Dizzy? I guess I can change out Scratch, but I feel like Scratch is helping me a lot here. Maybe not. Yeah, let's have Bubble Bath. Forget Scratch and learn Bubble Bath instead? Yeah. Ta-da! I learned Bubble Bath. I'm really doing it! HP 2, water resistance 1, power attack 1, affinity 1, nice. Guess I'll set leap attack now. Oi! Alright, let's go down. Train spread free. I think 3 is the most important part, I feel like. Gotta know how to bubble. Since I'm a Mizu and everything. We go to the ladder at the end. Oh. Oh, that's it, okay. There's a lot of shinies on the ground, oh my god. Uh-oh. Is it Narga? Oh shit, I'm dead. Holy! Okay, that's really bad. They can just keep doing that. You walk through Monster Den, Nagar. Roll to seduce? I wanna seduce Naga. Also, my chat disconnected for a bit. Tactics, intercept foes. Okay, so now we have that. Mystery Charm. We have 1 heal left. I don't think they're afraid of water. Well, it's normal. Ooh, nice. I need to heal myself. I don't think I can get down. I don't think I can go down here. We did it. We did it, right? Well, that was kind of scary. Wee! 25, crazy. Spell effects are very good. Okay, nothing here. Alright, we are fine, we're fine. We somehow survived that ordeal. That was a little scary. The defense down buff, debuff just lasts forever. Oh, Gyps Ross. Ow! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's get out. Who is that? Duramboros? Duramboros looks like a fish. Yeah, sometimes you're just gonna push your teammate out. It's very important. Gallo. Oh, it's Tiny Narga. So I guess we fought against an adult Narga. Are you supposed to be? Yeah, I guess it's the special evolutions. Yeah. Like, we are so tiny. So we are still like young monsters. And then everyone in the burrow should be like adults. Because they're all big. Big monster. I guess that's why the defense down lasts forever. Oh. Oh. I think I have a lot of anti-berry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 of them. Alright, no more poison. Malfestio? Ooh. Malfestio is afraid of water? Nice. HP 2, defense, power attack 1, technical attack 1. Nice. Yay, leveled up! HP 2, defense power attack 1, technical 1. Once learn a skill Thunder Orb. Master can only 4 skills at a time, lucky that replaces skill to make room for Thunder Orb. Range, line of sight. Deals light thunder damage to a monster even in the distance. Has a low chance to inflict Thunder Blight. Ooh. You can change your way tackle, I feel like. Yeah, you can use a Thunder Fang for like close range. Calx? Oh, well, if Calx doesn't mind being fishable in my pond, I could ask Calx for a picture and then put it into the pond. Uh oh. Okay. Path ending? Okay. We did it. This appears to be the end of the locale. It's impossible to go any further. It's time to go home. Okay. The team escaped deep woods safely. Easy. Is that my anti-berry? Oh my god, the portraits is so precious, I'm gonna cry. Thanks for getting it back for me. I hope this will help you more than it helped me. Receive the team share of 20. Resto Berry. 25 rank points. Nice. You really are a lifesaver. Thanks so much for rescuing me. I hope this will help you more than it helped me. Team share of 49. 25 rank points. Okay, okay. Wow, it was so pretty. I only wish I could explore longer with you. No, please, I hate you. I don't have much, but you can have this. Team share of 54. 25 points. How is Kongalala like the most richest quest ever? Dinner's ready. I'm starving, let's go eat. Heck yeah. Dum 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 dum. We got a lot done today, didn't we, Tyra? I hope we can get just as much done tomorrow too. Good night, Tylra. Good night, LagiDerg. Save progress? Fuck yeah. Right. Drink more. Wouldn't be opposed to being fishable? Then could you send me like a picture so that I can put it into the pond? A picture of Synth. It's time to get up. Good morning. I got the early morning zoomies. And remember everyone, keep your golden smile. What? Food? The sprites are so adorable, oh my god. Alright monsters, let's get to work. Misuteri looking so smug, yeah. Love Misuteri. Okay, they're still saying the same thing. These are like the bad guys, I think. Your team took on outlaws with your first quest? Outlaws are serious business. Bully and I don't like to take quests like that. We didn't, that's the thing. We approach an outlaw, do you think you could announce yourself as DergSimps? Watcher and I were thinking if it could work. DergSimps? Stop right there, criminal scum. We are the DergSimps. I can't. Oh, the team name is so good. Stop right there, criminal scum. And we're here to stop you, or something like that. Snort. Snort. Oh. Gives false stunned. That sells for a lot of money though. We have 1, 2 extra, 2 anti-berry, 1 stone that I can throw. I guess we store the orb. Hi Parav. Hi Mr. Barrett. Hi Team DergSimps, how are you? Tylra and I were just wondering how you like it here at the Burrow. Oh, well, I suppose I like it. Everyone's very kind to me, yeah? Hey, that's great to hear. Nice. How about you? Takaramono. Hello. I have 300 money. Yeah, why not? These Tokis are in safe palms. I love them. Let's do chit chat. Hello, Takaramono. Greetings. Tylra and I were wondering, how have you been at the Burrow? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, as long as it's been around. Wow, from the beginning? You must have known Guild Master Misuteri for a really long time. Oh yeah, quite so. You could say I've known her the longest of all of us here. I don't know why I gave him that voice, but I don't know. Who? That was on my end. The steam noise. Who's that? Is that Great Jackie? Is that Great Jagras? Oh my god. Alright, let's eat. I like seeing you working hard looking for a meal. Have known Mr. Terry since the barrow was still being constructed. A picky one, but a smart one. If she sees something in you too, we'll best respect it. She's seen it all. Even with her eyes closed? Hi. You'll be surprised, LagiDerg. Hope you have a cozy time, Dergy, gonna relax. Of course! Thanks for the lurk. Thanks for the luck, Dragon Mama. Hope Dragon Mama has good relax as well. Alright, let's eat. Do we do the same thing again? I mean, Mon Dwellers has been helping me a lot, I feel like. Health recovery speed increases while waiting. I don't know if that's good actually. Reduce auto activating traps. Blight and ailment recovery. I'm still gonna get duelist. I feel like that's way too good. Like, the standard attack causes crit. Sometimes it's huge. Nice. That meal was almost mystic. Again, full score. I love to see it. Alright, what else do we have? Deep woods. Okay, we still have 3 deep woods, so that's good. I just ran out of herberry and I'm in a dire need of resupply. Beautiful herberry. Okay, we take this one. Take me with you. Tetsukaba to 5th floor. Okay. I'm down, please rescue me. Azeroth on 4th floor. Okay. So I'm probably gonna get more... I cannot use... Yeah, I don't have herberry here. This is really bad. Herberry 200. Ooh. Do take care of these precious tokens. The Shoshan. The SOS quest. I'm down. Alright, we need that. So I think that's pretty much for the items. I feel like ration is really not useful here at all. I can see what happened. I can see what's with the ration. Now let's just sell it. Well, we have some extra money. I think we need 100, right? So if I finish all of these, I'm already at 75. So all of these is gonna help if I can finish all of them, which shouldn't be too much of a shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm pretty sure. Oh, let's go see Mizuteri. She looks at me. Oh my god! If you're confused about what you must do, have a talk with Master Yase. He'll tell you what to do. Oh my god. Oh my god. This guy is so good. Hammer? Yeah, that's Hammer. Hey, heck. Cobalt friend. Heck yeah, hope you're doing good. Right, guess we are going to another Deep Woods adventure. I mean, not much to do here, right? Yeah, let's just depart. We need to bring along Tetsukabra level 3. Uh-oh. Okay, let's be careful this time. Don't get ganked on. Money. Alright, we good. Uh-oh. What are you doing, Tetsukabra? Okay, I guess Tetsukabra is like there's enemies there. Yeah, at least we didn't get like ganged on. It's fine. I don't know about the hammer, but I think it's just there with the bonk. I don't think I can see it. But I do like bonk, so bonk it. Uh-oh. Nice. Thank goodness I have bubble bath. It's so nice for the game to ask me that. Oh. Throw them in the water? Eat them water. They must hydrate. They must be moist. Oh, we got an extra herberry. Nice. Weird. Empty. Okay, what do we do here? 4th floor, rescue Azuros. Okay. Rock. Oh, we found them. I was so lost. Thank you for saving me. Nice, we got him. What happened? There's like no monsters around here. Like there's no monsters around here. Empty. Thank you. I'll be heading home now that I've seen all I like. Nice. Where did it go? Oh, that's another one. Bishate. Oh. And then, oh, it's so worth it. Like, one one herberry costs 200 money. Got him. Oh, shift done it again. Instinct at each other buffing. Yeah. It's funny too because who was it again? I think that was like Yenkuku. Yenkuku has a lot of buffing skills as well, like Konchu armor, take up or something like that. Yeah, Yenkuku. Oh, lucky we both don't use tech. Wee, got him. The game knows that I don't like Kongalala. I think Naraga is at 9th floor, right? Yeah, 9th floor. Still a long way to go. Well, not too long actually, if I just keep going down the stairs, but I want to explore as much as I can. The entire map if I can. Ineffective, LagiDerg is immune to poison? Oh, thank goodness for the scarf. We have... there. Love the classic sound effect as well, it's so good. Oh. Alright, this is fine. I think we are full on items, question mark? Maybe I should start throwing everything. Let me try this. Oh, that worked. That was a big throw. I guess in a way I can test the waters if there's anyone here. Yeah. Oh, the only time I didn't do it. No. Nice. Nah, everything is fine. We are too stunk. Maybe it's because I spend too much time in the dungeon that I'm just killing as much things as possible. That's why I'm so strong now. Nice. Speed attack 2. Let's go. Evasion 1. The Gene Bubble Foam. Yay, level up. HP went up 2. Power attack 1. Speed attack 1. the gene maximum might. Oh! Bubble foam. What do you do? This monster has a low chance to inflict bubble blight on their target when making attacks that deals water damage. Oh, okay, okay. How about this one? This monster's skill becomes much more powerful if used when the skill's PP is full, raises damage by 40 when the PP of skill was maxed out when used. Wow, maybe maximum might is not as good as I thought. Behaves very differently from like in-game. That could be strong, I guess. It could be strong for once. On the move you save for bosses? Wait, that's true though. I don't think there will be a move that only has 1 PP. That would be like impossible, I think. Am I poisoned? Oh shit. I might be able to cure this? Okay, okay. Okay, it's just a bunch of nothing. Alright. Alright, there should be a Narga here. It's so cute, look at the Narga, oh my god. Oh, I love the Narga. Is Kobo feeling less sick? I guess I've not been feeling sick these days, which is really nice. Are you from the guild? Do you have the item I asked for? Sweet, this will come in handy, thanks. Nice. Love that portrait. I think it's less of me being sick, but it's more of like these days with the lot or with a lot of mental that I need to deal with. Oh. Narga is so adorable though. Step limit. Steps 1313. I still have a lot of steps left. Nice. Ooh. Right, last floor. Ooh. Poison mist? Did it miss? Getting very lucky here. Mini clip. I guess I can do this. Yeah, to test if there's like enemies around the straight, on the straight line. Alright, there we go. I think that was pretty fast. It's already been 3 hours that I played this game. Wow, chapter 2 is a lot longer than I thought. I don't know if I get to play Halo today. We'll see, we'll see. I want to play chapter 2 to its entirety. Look at Narga, oh my god! Thanks for delivering the herberry. I won't soon forget this. I hope this will help you more than it helped me. Team share of 115 money. DergSimps earned 25 rank points. Okay, very nice. Wow, it was so pretty. I only wish I could explore longer with you. Please take this as a reward. 58. 25 rank points. I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank you so much. I don't have much, but you can have this. Receive an Adam Berry. 25 rank points. Alright, we good. Dinner's ready. Let's go eat. I'm starving. LagiDerg is mega precious. Oh my god. I think we did well today. What about you, Tylra? Let's always strive to be our best. Good night, Tylra. Good night, LagiDerg. Yes, sir. Up and Adam, it's time to get up. Good morning. And remember everyone, keep your golden smile. I don't know why it says golden smile, but I'll take it. Alright, monsters, let's get to work. We did it, Master Sensei. Yes, Tylra and I got all 100 rank points. I saw. Good job handling all those subquests. I'm sure the clients are thrilled with how well you helped them. And that's just on time too. Guildmaster Misutary wants to speak with Team DergSimps. Team DergSimps today. Why don't you both come along with me to her palace? We are not in trouble, are we? No, I'm sure you're not in trouble. Now, come on, let's not keep her waiting. Let's go, Tylra. LagiDerg is so precious, oh my god. And Team DergSimps is here, Misutary. Hello, Guildmaster. Oh, hello there, team. My apologies, I was lost in my thoughts. I've heard that Team DergSimps completed their first quest at Gilded Forest and quite a few subquests too. I wanted to know how you've been feeling, LagiDerg and Tylra. Did it go well? It's going great. We're doing our best. Good. I'm happy you're doing your best, LagiDerg. You know, the Gilded Forest is very important to me. It was home to the old guild. The old guild? Hey, wait. Master Yasei mentioned an old guild while we were on our first quest. Well, it came out in passing, really. I see, that makes sense. He would know quite a bit about it as well. Though he was much too young and reckless to join back when it was still standing, of course. Yes, thank you, Mr. Terry. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just thinking out loud. Guildmaster, can I ask, what was the old guild like? I was a friend of the Guildmaster there. I was her second in command, actually. Her name was Glide. She was beautiful. Her guild was quite large. It even had an outer wall, not like the simple hedges we have here at the burrow. It truly was a place where monsters could be with nature and live together in harmony. It sounded really nice. What happened? If I can ask. Where to begin? Well, back then, feral monsters were much less common. And though there were walls, they were mostly decoration, a symbol to the defensive brilliance of Glide herself. The gates were open to all who passed by, and that included feral monsters. They were destroyed and killed little by little. Feral monsters. We've been seeing them all over the locales we've been exploring. Master Yasei, I don't understand. Why are they like us, but they don't act like us? You're asking me? They are monsters that don't have any kinship. Huh? No kinship at all? That's correct. They're becoming more and more common, which is precisely why the old guild was destroyed. Yes. That is why I have employed quite a bit of protection. We may not have walls, but what we do have is a close community and the mountain that watches over us. Mountain Rescue. Oh, that brings me to why I called you here in the first place. Oh yeah, what's up, Guildmaster? LagiDerg, please address her formally and not with what's up. I mean, what's the matter, Guildmaster Mr. Terry? Yasei? Teaching manners? Guildmaster, you're thinking it out loud again. Sorry about that. You see, my own second-in-command commander has been missing for a few days now. With no kinship badge, there's simply no way to reliably locate him and get him home safely. Oh no. He's a Jijiyaku named Afidekai. Nice name. I would rather call paparazzi. He's a paparazzi named Afidekai. Cute. They're all cute. Camera raptor, exactly. They're all so cute, oh my god. He went on a journey to deep woods and has not come home yet. You see, he went there looking for materials we could use for the mountain rescue renovations. Though you've probably gone out there already, I would ask that you venture out once more in order to locate him and ensure his safe return. Do this, and I will grant you access to Yasei's skill tutoring services. Ooh. It sounds like a job for Team DergSimps. Team DergSimps, right here? Exactly. Yeah, that's the spirit. Let's do it. Let's save Afidekai. Good, I'm happy you accept. Mr. Yasei, you will be joining them too, I assume? Well, I guess I can if there's no need for it. I'm glad to hear you will be joining them on this quest, Mr. Yasei. Good luck, LagiDerg and Tylra. Be safe out there. Well, you heard her. Let's get out to Deep Woods and find Afidekai. Once you're prepared, depart for Deep Woods at the departure gate and I'll catch up. Okay, Master Sensei Yasei. There's more. Holy shit, this game's so good. Alright, let's eat first. Don't think I don't see Yasei stressing over a meeting you both had with Mr. Terry. Do your best today, grab a bite. You seen the rations Miss Lagombi's got for sale? She makes those crackers and cookies with my help. She's the one with fancy designs though. Got a real passion for bacon, I can tell. That's so cool. I didn't know you and Miss Lagombi work together. Hi, Sri. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's order a meal. I'm gonna go for the same one. Just fatty tomato and thorny meat is always good. Got him. Cooking. Easy. Alright. Items. We have a lot of stones and twigs, but I don't think we need them anymore. Oh, hello dears. Do you have all you need today? I think. I think I can sell like some resto berry. Boost defense. Oh. We sell all the twigs, but we keep the stone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 anti-berry, 2 rooseberry, 1 cherry, 1 cherry berry. Adam berry, 2 herberry. We keep 3 stones, because stones can avoid hitting my own team, so that's good. They both are so cute too. I know, this game is just adorable all over, I can't. Has Mr. Terry put you on Mon recovery duties today? Good luck. Going out today? Did you want to put anything away for safekeeping? I can help. Where's the new bonk extension for? I honestly have no idea. I saw someone has the bonk extension and I was like, ooh, can I get bonked? But I tried bonk and it feels like it's only local. So I can get bonked. I can get bonked a lot, but without me knowing. I guess 2 of every berry is pretty good. Oh, I should say, yep. If you get a bunch of rewards from subquests but don't have the room for them in your treasure pack or storage, the borrower donates the item to a small monster charity, yep. Wow, that's super kind. Yeah, it was my idea. Well, I guess anyway. Though Takaramona was reluctant, we do it with Tokis too. I guess we can't store too many of those either, yep. I found pretty late that you can lose the orbs when you fail. Lost all of mine trying to get the chapter 2 boss, they didn't get to it. Oh no! What if I bonk Lagi? No! I heard whisperings that your team punished a well-known outlaw on your first quest. It sounds like you're both quite itchy for justice. I could use someone like that to reclaim some loans, Tokis. Huh? Loan Tokis? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure too. Items wise, I think we're good. Yeah. Let's just depart. Wait, subquest. Deep woods. Okay, nice. Little one anti-berry. Does anyone see my bunking? I guess it's local only after all. Yeah, I mean, I don't see it anywhere. So, yeah, I guess it is local. Deep woods. I need stone. So many people need stone, excuse me. Okay, a long journey, anti-berry 7, limited 3rd floor. Zinogre, oh my god, the good boy. Oh my god, Spongy Boy. I lost my favorite stone, can you look for it in deep woods and return it to me? Aha, the Spongy Boy needs stone, huh? Lead to 3rd floor, I get power band? Oh my god. Already almost maxed level, really? I'm surprised. Maybe you need a petting extension? Well, I've been pet a lot, but never enough. Wait, dragon. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much ready. We're bringing Yase, we're bringing Zinogre to 3rd floor. I think we have all the items we need. We have anti-berry, we have... what is it that's needed again? Stone, right? So... thanks for the head pick. Alright, here we go. Has any other dragon show up yet? Nope. Look at the good boy, oh my god. Two can play that game. I'll do it again. Get out of here. Oh, Zinoker, what's up? Okay, up there is nothing, so we go here. Yeah, putting Zinoker on second spot, I think it's better. Oh, nice, okay. Got him. Alright. Zinoker is so adorable. Zinoker is a good puppy. I guess we get in first, yeah. Yay, we made it! Thanks a bunch for this. Oh my god, look at that portrait! Why are you so fucking adorable? I'm gonna cry! There are too many pretty monsters in this series. Hot, pretty... all of them, I love them. Bye bye, Papo. Right, now we can keep going. So, the rest of the quest is that? 7th floor and I assume 6? I cannot see. Yeah, 6th floor and 7th floor. 6th, 7th floor. Adorable. Adorable. Zinoker gets belly rubs. Zinoker gets many belly rubs. Even though I like belly rubs, but I'll leave some for Zinoker. Hot dragons in the area? Click here. Literal flame dragons revealed. Ooh. I need the hot dragon. Any loot here? Dead end? Am I poisoned? No, okay. Like, I didn't realign myself. Okay, there we go. Nice who? HP 2, defense and speed attack 1. I'm making tides! HP 2, defense and power attack 1, speed attack 1 as well. But I feel like Lucky is very balanced. 39, 16, 12. Okay, I take that back. Whoa. Okay, there we go. I believe this works. Yeah. Uh-oh. Poison really bad. Feels like that end. Oh, because it is. It's a really long dead end too. Holy shit. Oh, I didn't see that. Can there be stuff past the water? I don't think so, question mark? And 7... Oh, that's not 6? Okay. The rock. Whoa. Yeah, I get hit twice because paralysis. No. Someone? Oh, okay.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Couple, but you better
Lucky.
next 2 minutes.
Uh-oh. What? Lucky is just spamming roar. Okay, no more poison. Very nice. Wait, poison is still there. I'm actually blind. I think poison lasts for the entire... the entire map until I go to the next map, I feel like, which is kind of scary to be honest. Yeah, this is really bad. I do need one anti-berry for delivery. Yeah, I need one on the next floor, but if it's only one, it lasts very long but not forever. I think it lasts for the entire floor. Until I get to the next floor, it will still keep going. Something like PMD has this as well. I have bubble! I forgot. I'm stupid. I have bubble, I forgot. Eat the rock. Sell poison before? Wow. Well, that worked. Not again. Alright, let's go to the next floor. Should cure the poison, yeah. At least that's just like PMD. Are you from the guild? Do you have the item I asked for? Sweet, this will come handy, thanks. Alright, very nice. I don't think...
Anything else here? Let's just go to the next floor. Now, I need to constantly remind myself I have bubbles. Rock. Oh. How many steps? 1k? Yeah, I think it's time to like, keep going. I think 1k step is not a lot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, nice. Ooh. Love the crit. I cannot just keep holding the button like that. Oh, that's a really bad place. Done this. There we go. No. I'm EP. Nice, thank you. That's so cool though, right? Like they know to wake us up. The AI, it's so clever. I love that. Oh. my god, it's Narga. Let's throw rocks at Narga. Wait, they have range. It's fine. More rocks. Can you do actions as than other monsters? I don't think I can, but I can tell them sort of what tactics to use. Gayatan. Hey, I will drink, thank you. Yeah, that feels good. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Oh, hiya you. The point blank fart is diabolical. Uh-oh. I mean, Yasei cannot go through water, so... Oh, okay, it's fine. Naga is so cute though, holy shit. Nice! HP 2, fire resistance 1, speed 1, technical attack 1, very nice. Hey, I think I'm getting better at this. HP 2, power attack 1, technical attack 1, accuracy 1, very nice. Oh. Oh. Maybe I do need the accuracy. Oh. Not like this, I'm gonna die! Oh wait, I'm awake, I'm awake. Hello? Can I hit them? Alright, they're awake. Oh wait, I can... Yeah, no effect? Oh, I cannot cure defense down? It cures what again? All current status ailments, no effect on blight or debuff. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Wait, I'm not full health. I feed a Kai. I'm not the one who made this name, okay? Where could he be? I feel like we will search everywhere. It will be sunset soon. Can you hear our voices, I feed a Kai? Somebody help! Could that have been I feed the Kai? We should check it out regardless. Come on, quickly. That doesn't look like paparazzi. Is that paparazzi? Is that Alfie the Kai? Oh no! Are you going to be alright? What happened? Oh, it is. Oh, that's cute as fuck. Watch out, stay back. It's still here somewhere. What do you mean it's out there? What's out there? Oh, there's a little glasses too. Oh my god. I can't. I'm gonna melt. This game is too cute. It was a Nicaragua. Wait, no, it was a Nargacuga. A Nargacuga? The Nagakuga can be really dangerous, Master Yasei. We have to help. I'm not doubting that, LagiDerg. It just seems that Aifidaka is acting strange. I've never seen him so worried before. You don't understand. I was big and deep dark. They weren't like that the other day. They had, but I don't know how to explain. Relax, it's going to be okay now that we're here. We'll look around this area for the Nagakuga and see if we can repel it. And get someplace safe and let us handle this, Aifidaka. Gladly. For more introductions, we have to wait. I'm getting out of here. Paparazzi is so adorable, oh my god. An abnormal Nagakuga. I wonder what's going on. Master Yasei, what could Aifidaka mean? I'm not sure, but regardless, we need to keep our guard up. I never heard of anything weird going on with monsters around here before. Let's go find this Nagakuga. Are we going deeper? Dark with glasses, right? It's so good. Tylra, was that you? Watch out, LagiDerg. I think it found us instead. Yasei tactic changed to intercept foes. I guess I'll change it. I'll change you to intercept foes as well. Yeah, we go 3 ways. That's oh, you can move twice? Okay, you can move twice. Thunder Blight, let's go. LagiDerg is dizzy. Dizzy is bad. Blast Blight, sleep, poison. Oh, I couldn't help him cure Dizzy. Lagi could team kill here. Lagi is so stupid strong actually. Oh, I didn't mean to. Thank god that missed. Water Blight? Okay, everyone's health is fine. Oh, it's stunned? Everyone's just missing everything. I'm not afraid of Dizzy, so thank goodness. Whee! Got him easy. Everyone's just hitting everywhere. Did you see how big that monster was? It was huge and so dangerous too. It was much more dangerous than usual, that much is obvious. But it's repelled now, good for Chronotaurs. I can't help but think there was something more to them. If that's the case, the Guild Master might know, or Team Courage. And for now, we need to catch up with Aifidaka before he bumps into more trouble. Let's find Paparazzi and make our way back to the burrow before dark. Understood, Master Sensei Yasei, sir? That's a mouthful. Hi, Jameson. I played with Naga and Mizu for this one. Man, Naga's glass cannon? Really? Wow. Nice. I love the frontier music. Holy shit, it's so fucking good. I think, could this be a dream come true? Because I always keep saying that, you know, okay, this game doesn't let me date monsters, okay, but this is close enough, right? I get to play as a monster, I get to... Yeah, I think this is kind of a dream come true here. I don't get to smooch them, but that's good enough. Yay, anti-berry, and it's all mine, thank you. Now we can put this to good use. Receive team share of 74 money. Team DergSimps. Also, hope Jameson is doing good. Oh, look at that good bubble. Oh my god. It sure was an experience going along with your team. I don't have much, but you can have this. Power band. Oh. Look at it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the sprite work and portraits are so good. Look at the spongy boy. Holy shit. Spongy boy so perfect. Oh. God damn it, Ed. Why I'm gushing over Royal Rudolph, really? It's okay. Is that my stone? Thanks for getting it back for me. I got you your shiny stone. Handed over the stone. I hope this will help you more than it helped me. 52. 35. Nice, nice, nice. Hey. I'm very pleased to see you're back, Aefidekai. Oh, good master, I'm back in one place, thankfully. You're taking a kinship badge next time, Aefidekai. It was only because of only because of Team DergSimps you managed to get home safely. Thank you, LagiDerg, Tylra. I'm sorry, good master. Of course, when there's a monster that needs help, we just have to lend a paw. That's what Team DergSimps is all about, right, Tylra? Yeah. Alright, you two calm down. Sorry. There was something holding him up from returning, Mr. Terry. A Pharaoh Nargacuga. It wasn't just a Pharaoh Nargacuga though, something was strange about it. Hmm? Strange? What kind of strange? It was much larger than we've seen before. It was also much stronger and faster than usual. But much worse than that. Guild Master, the Nargacuga was the very same you had me meet days ago. Oh. No. What? That is impossible. Same one that the Burrow hired? That doesn't make any sense. They aren't a Pharaoh monster. Guild Master? I see. This does not bode well. It reminds me of information Team Courage gathered recently. They reported strange, abnormal behavior in monsters on the coast. There may be something mysterious occurring within some monsters recently. But, Guildmaster Mr. Terry? Is it true? Did Aefidekai go to meet a Nargacuga? Does that mean... There are no conclusive results yet. So I must ask that none of you mention this to the other members of the Burrow for the time being. We mustn't so panic in our guild when there is not enough information about the subject yet. But let us not worry about this tonight. This is a new day. There's a new day tomorrow and new discoveries that I am sure will be had. Go to Cherry and say after this for him to mention something about Aefidekai. Okay. Also, hi Nina, welcome. Tonight, we should celebrate Aefidekai safe return. Good Master Mr. Terry, I can say with confidence that Team DergSimps has showed themselves very capable at this point. Please do not fear involving them in quest investigating this abnormality. I'm not so confident that would be wise, Mr. Yase. Hey, but we might be new, but if there's any way we can help, we want to give it our all. Right, Tylra? Don't you want to investigate this mystery too? I'm scared. I'm not scared, I'm Mizu, of course. Yeah. I would not deny that it is a possibility that I may have you work with Team Courage in their report. Continue your work and I'll tell you if and when that possibility comes true. Are there further questions? No, Mr. Terry, that's all. Then let us go have dinner then. Team DergSimps, here's your reward for rescuing Ayafitakai. 250? Ooh, money. Money. I like money. I wonder what's going on that has the guild master so worried. Me as well, LagiDerg. It sounds like if we want answers, we have to work extra hard to convince Mr. Terry to let us in on the secret. Yeah, if we work extra hard, Guildmaster Mr. Terry will let us work with the research team, Team Courage. It's been a while since we worked with Team Courage, hasn't it, Tira? Though last time we worked with them, I guess it was just to escape Misty Crystal Cave and get somewhere safe. I'm still grateful that they were there for LagiDerg and I. That Dr. Malfastio and Sir Jackie have a quality about them. They feel more down to earth than other researchers. Anyway, good work today, you two. Tomorrow, I guess I have to show you skill tutoring like Mr. Terry promised. It will be a big help on your quest, I'm sure. Yay! Can't wait for tomorrow already. Sweet dreams, LagiDerg and Tyra. Good night, Mr. Master Sensei Yasei. It's a music box. Are you still awake, Tyra? It's hard to sleep. I can't stop wondering what happened to the Nargacuga. Do you think they're going to be okay? And Yase, it was nice that he stuck up for us, wasn't it? I feel like we're starting to really get along with Master Yase. I know he's supposed to tutor us since we're new, but I'm happy that we're more than that now. I feel like Master Yase is our friend. There's so much going on around the burrow and the world. I guess we better get some sleep. Thank you for today, Tyra. Good night. Aww. The Donut Dragon sprites are cute. It's so good. Like, oh my god. I can't. Like, I'm gushing over this game so hard. Oh, the gift of kinship. Many virtues come from it, like courage, kindness, and curiosity. Is that a Naga? Though as virtuous as it is, kinship has come from a valuable source. Humankind's kinship was never enough to prevent disaster, it could only accelerate it. And just as humans were once deemed unworthy of it, stripped of it by what they believed was a god, the gift was seemingly taken from monsters as well. The Nargacuga. Thinking about it haunts me. Why is this happening? Why am I here? Up and Adam, it's time to get up. Okay, I'm on my own. Morning, Peter. Hello, hello. Oh my god, dragon. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Please welcome back home my second in command, Ayafitakai. Welcome home, Ayafitakai. Thank you, everyone. It was all thanks to the hard work of Team DergSimps that I made it home safely. Oh no. Donut. Psst. Hey, boss. They are the antagonists. Unfortunately, due to circumstances, work on Mountain Rescue will have to be postponed. My apologies, especially to Elder Basil and other Master Rattles. On the other part, thankfully this means we can get to work on adding more homes. I've heard a couple of new explorers are currently without their own house, so we'll start there. Right after I finish this pile of work that's waiting for me because of my absence. I'm being late? Thank you, Ivy the Kind, for your continued help managing the barrel. Work your hardest today, everyone, and remember, keep your golden smile. Alright, monsters, let's get to work. We found our antagonist. Good morning, Hornetals. Good morning, Master Sensei Yase. Like I said last night, it's time I teach you skill tutoring. Sort of ironic teaching you how I can teach you and all. Now I can learn some really strong skills. Well, there's a catch, LagiDerg. Follow me behind my dojo, let me show you. Welcome to my dojo, Hornetals. Do you see these scrolls behind me? They are called skill scrolls. Each of them has a drawing of a monster using a skill. Wow, are you an artist, Master Yase? I guess our sensei and master is also a painter. Master Sensei Painter Yase. No, LagiDerg, I didn't draw these. It doesn't matter who drew them, what matters is what they can do for us. Using the skill scrolls, we can learn the strategies other monsters use in battle. So while you might be used to your own elemental attacks, you can take advantage of a totally different element if we get a scroll like that. Ooh. That means... even though Lucky Actors are known for thunder attacks, I could learn a totally different element? Exactly. Now, about that catch. We don't have many skill scrolls, coming across them isn't easy. The ones we have were donated by explorers from the guild. You'll probably find your own by exploring and completing subquests. We'll collect any we find, Master Yase. Great, it's for your benefit after all, and the benefit of for all other explorers. Oh no, more words. The skill tutoring offered by Master Yase allows monsters to learn new skills from skill scrolls, remember old skills they once knew. Any skill they once knew from the skill reminder for a small fee. Skills learned through leveling up as well as any learned skill through skill tutoring. A master can learn new skills from the skill learn menus, so long as that skill scroll was donated to Master Yase. Skill scroll is not consumed during the process, though there is a fee to learn from it. Skill is learned this way, the master can remember it later for a much lower price from the skill reminder. So this skill reminder is skill learn. Skill scroll refund master dens as rewards from subquests. I went to a sub den before, I went to a monster den, I almost got killed by that Narga. Can't teach a kobold how to dragon? Well, the kobold doesn't want to be dragon, kobold wants to worship dragons. The skill scroll will remain in your treasure bag until you speak with Master Yase next. Make sure you turn in your scrolls before you lose them. The type of skill scrolls you can find are based on the monster found in the given locale of the monster den or subquest. Oh! If there are no new skill scrolls available for the given floor or locale, a blank scroll will be created instead. Blank scrolls are exceptionally useful if you find a scripting orb, allowing you to turn skills of your choice into skill scrolls. Ooh! Collect as many scrolls as you can to expand your team's arsenal of skills. Okay. Feel free to take a look what skill scrolls we already have if you like. Other than that, it's back to impressing Miss Uteri. So, I've arranged permission for your team to visit a new locale. It's known as White Beach. It's a nice place, and I'm sure there are plenty of subquests looking to help there. Ooh, White Beach! We should explore White Beach together, Tylra. Good luck today, LagiDerg and Tylra. Thanks, Master Painter Yase. Holy, chapter 2! Guess I'm playing Halo tomorrow. Holy shit, I didn't expect the game to be this long. This is amazing. Chit chat. Prepare yourselves for anything. Her berries will come in handy in case you go into trouble. Understood, Master Sensei Yasei, sir? Master Sensei Yasei? Why is it LagiDerg? When Guildmaster Mr. Terry said you were once a team captain, did she mean you were part of an exploration team too? Well, yes, it's been a while, but it's true. After my graduation, I took it upon myself to help organize skills to train monsters who wanted to learn. That's so cool! Master Yasei, did we make a mistake taking on that outlaw at rank 1? Ah, don't sweat it, LagiDerg. The Alarm Master Ratos isn't looking to actually get us into any trouble. Trust me, they can be strict, but they just want you to understand the rules we hold every explorer to. Do you really think so? I don't want Tylra and I get into trouble. Yep, Ratos and I have known each other for a long time. In fact, I've gone exploring with them. They're grumpy, but they aren't mean. That's the Snake Wyvern way, I suppose. Snake Wyvern. You might notice the white sand back here behind my dojo. It came from White Beach. I do really like that place. I used to go down to the beach to relax, but then feral monsters started to interrupting me. So we relocated some of the sand here for me. Us. We can all appreciate it. I thought water might be what you would find relaxing at the beach, but I guess Master Yasei likes the sand instead. It's just pretty to me, what can I say? We need more snake wyverns, to be honest. Yeah, it's just not a lot. I mean, there's Dalamado and then there's only Najarala. Not that I can think of any more snake wyverns. Nothing about Ayafidekai though. The Lamado is classed under Elder. Well, appearance-wise, that's a very snake-like creature, no? Hi, antagonist. Watch your back. Something and I fear... We've discovered something and I fear it will lead us down the dark path. Quit eavesdropping. Uh-oh. Wait, Somna Calf is like the good one here, I think? Still don't know about everything I rip. What? Why rip though? Nice weather, eh? Need to make a delivery? Add subquest with keyboard? Oh, I'm stuck here. Huh? That subquest code isn't valid. If the code is correct, it could be that it was generated on a later version. Oh! So we can take on a specific subquest? Hello. If it isn't Team DergSimps. Manage team? Ooh! Hi, I'm Fidekai. Hello, Team DergSimps. I'm quite busy now. What is it? Well, you said formal introductions had to wait. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? I am Amphidekai. I'm the second in command around the borough. That means I manage construction teams and most importantly, monsters. And documents and subquests. I do a lot of things. That sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, it is. Excuses, Amphidekai, but it's the reason you delayed the mountain rescue renovations because of the Nargacuga? The Nargacuga was meant to help us locate, collect, and get the materials we needed to mountain rescue. Hi, Ash. Is this like a Pokemon game with Dergs? Yeah, exactly. It's like Monster Hunter version of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's so good! It's so good! I've been gushing around, like, I've been gushing this game for like 4 hours straight. It's so good! There was no longer an option, as you're aware. Of course, this information is just for your ears, Team DergSimps. You know what we discussed. Of course. Funny, a game where Dergs do what a Cobalt tells them to do. Walking hard, LagiDerg? I hope so. So good. I would still much prefer a dragon tells a kobold. Oh, a dragon tells this kobold what to do and I just listen. Would be nicer, but I'll take it. I guess I'm a more submissive bold. Oh yeah, power band. Boost power attack? Yeah, let's give it to Lucky. Can resist multiple save slot for this game? Oh yeah, there's only one, right? We'll keep some stones. Two berries for all. What other monsters options are there at the start? Quite a lot actually, as a partner, right? But for... yeah, you have to answer like questions to get a random monster. But that's just your day-to-day. Well, maybe, kind of, I think. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, yeah, There are more than 30 options if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's a lot to choose from, it's crazy. Money... okay, let's store the money. Nice. Thank you, Ash. Oh yeah, I should talk to them, right? In fairness, I haven't given out loans since the incident. The incident? Yeah, yes. A fanged beast came by late in the evening, not from the burrow. They were desperate for help, so I offered them some of our tokis. Even the power of the tokis was not enough. And the rest is history. Oh, I hope it worked out. Oh, Laggy. You're just so happy to get the one monster that suits her the best. Honestly, yeah, like my first try and I got Mizu. Yeah, and then the second try I got Lagombi because I didn't save last night. Oh, two nights ago, right? So 2 nights ago I started playing this game. First try I got Mizu out of the questionnaire, and then I didn't save, or I didn't know the game didn't save. So I have to try again. I got Lagombi and I hate Lagombi, so I did it again and I got Mizu. Again. I've got to check the skills. I'm getting impatient. How much longer must we wait to return to Mountain Rescue? What are we to do with outlaws? I question Aefitikai's judgment. The circumstances, I wonder what Aefitikai means. Your team was the one who brought Aefitikai home, kiddo. Suppose all is well then. Do the guild proud, kiddo. Heck yeah. Slash, roar, drift jab, X steel, wind pressure. Reduce the speed attack of all hostile monsters in the room by 1 stage. All hostile monsters in room. Power attack. Raise the technical attack for all friendly monsters in the room by 1 stage. Ooh. I don't think there's much that I want to change. Tree Gilded Forest. Escort Radiant for 8th floor. I'm in trouble, can you rescue me? Oh, it's Spongy Boy? A Great Macau? I guess we do Gilded Forest. Nice. How much does the game cost, or was it free to download? This is free. It's on itch.io. Okay, I think that's everyone. Question mark? Oh, there's one more here. My friend Gyro. His grandparents are special somehow. He says they have the power to create miracles, but only when they're together. Two monsters that can create miracles? It sort of reminds me of you two. Yeah. Thanks a bunch, Mr. Bear, but I don't know if Tylra and I can make miracles. We're just explorers after all, right, Tylra? Yeah, I mean, holy miracles. I think that's everything. Let's go to Gilded Forest once. You might be eager, but Mountain Rescue is going through renovations, so you have to wait, kiddo. Yeah, how can I recruit monsters? Interesting. Let's depart. We get to listen to Shrine Ruins again? I mean, this place is like very low level, right? I think we just speedrun this one. The Luggy? Oh yeah, Luggy has intercept falls, right? There, okay. So, quest on 478, okay. My favorite thing in the world is anti-berry, can you get me some? Libby to 8th floor, trouble... I guess I have to explore. Because I need to find an anti-berry. Oh my god, damage. Ui. They are just running away. Got him. I guess there's nothing here. Who is Radiant's husband? I don't know. Is it anti-berry? It's Rooseberry. I guess we do kinda need to explore. Like, for the sake of Monster Den, I guess. Oh. Radiant, no! Swap. Didn't like that, holy shit. Alright, everything's fine. Get sniped. Wee. Love Duelist. What are we doing? Favorite thing in the world is anti-berry. Can you give me some? So... Oh, I have to deliver anti-berry. Okay, okay. It's not that I have to find one around this map. Uh-oh. Nice. Okay, Radiant is fine. Wee. Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god. Wait, Great Macau is this adorable? I'm gonna melt. I wonder if you're here to deliver the item I've been looking for. Yes, these always make me so happy. Thank you. Oh my god, adorable. I can't. I'm gonna melt. Love the music. Yeah, it's so good. Enemy. Alright, make it. We do twice. Cute red cowboy Derg. This game is really adorable. Honestly, the art style that they go for is just perfect. What can I say? And the music is perfect too. Holy shit. Really? Get out of here. Also only 13k points to go. Yeah, I'm gonna put my idea to work next week. So I think starting next week there will be like either Tuesday or Wednesday night streams. I want to make that a thing. Yeah, I want to make that a thing where I stream during those times. EP? For the sake of doing art. I'll try my best. Ooh. I didn't need to do that. 8th floor, 7th floor, rescue. Yeah, let's skip this one. Oh, that hits. Look at that spongy boy. Okay, I was so lost. Thank you for saving me. Nice. Ooh. Oh. Raytheon, what are you doing? I don't have many channel points. It's okay. I mean, you could watch more of me to get more channel points if you want. It's optional though. We rescued, right? Cute spongy there. Yeah. More drink? Heck yeah. Only 30k? That's a lot, I think. I've been baited? Thank you. Thank you. I'll be heading home. Thank you. I'll be heading home now that I've seen all I like. Bye bye. Passed over. Are we at full? Oh, yikey picky. I guess we swapped some stones. I mean, 433k. Well, Breaky known me, or at least Breaky known this stream for a lot earlier, I think. Can I throw this far? Yeah. Maybe stone is not that good. But I do like rock, so I need to keep one at me. I do wonder how is like Celeste VR chat going on. It's kind of sad that I didn't join today, but I also wanted to play this, so I didn't join. There are many playing poker, it seems. Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I honestly have zero knowledge on poker. Gonna head out for errands, see y'all later. Of course. And see you later, Zri. Good luck with errands. I poked my head in her stream for like 5 minutes. Oh! Well, even though it was like 5 minutes, but I still hope you had fun with that. Poker is easy, it's about rage baiting the best player. You're okay at poker? Rage baiting the best player? I don't think I get that meaning. Okay, we did all. Alright, now we explore for the sake of Monster Den. Monster Den is gonna be like a very rare occurrence. No. Good players tend to get mad when you find out what they're trying to do in poker. I thought good players would stay calm and collected all the time. Guess I was wrong. I'm playing bad but good against them. Oh. Nice! HP 2, Defense Power Tech 1. Speed Tech 1. Bubble Breath? Ooh. Deals light water damage to a monster even at a distance. Has low chance to inflict Bubble Blight. Water speed. Has low chance to inflict Water Blight. So Water Blight and Bubble Blight? This one is 88. This is also 88, but with no chance of crit, I think. Don't I already have like, if it's water, then there's a chance to inflict Bubble Blight, so there's gonna be like 2 chances of hitting Bubble Blight. I might change Leap Attack here. 2 range attack from Mizu, I think that's pretty good, yeah. Forget Leap Attack and learn Bubble Breath instead? Yeah. Nice too. That's the gift of kingship. HP 2, Defensive Power Tech 1, Technical Tech 1, nice. Playing bad, like throwing your own game to make sure they lose? Huh. Line of sight attack where sleep is only up to 2 tiles away, yeah. It sounds so adorable. Got him. Got him. Old wall. End of the locale. It's impossible to go any further. It's time to go home. But talking about like poker, I don't even know what we do in poker. I mean, sure we play cards, but what are the winning conditions for poker? There's a few scenarios where leap attacks better, namely if you have a wall or friend is blocking for you, you can leap over and do damage that way, but it's far less flexible. Yeah. It was fun exploring with you. Take this, you deserve it. 14? 14? Oh, hiya, 14? Walao eh. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I like her berry. And 25 points as well? Okay, I take back everything I said. That was really nice of that Raytheon. Oh, it's so adorable, oh my god. Thanks for delivering that anti-berry. I won't soon forget this. I hope we can put this to good use. Blank scroll? 35 points? Okay. And another spongy boy? I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank you so much. Please take this as a reward. Tree! Tree! Diga! Sun! Walao eh, tree money? Okay, I get her berry again. That's fine, that's fine. Bye bye. I found blank scroll, yeah. Dinner's ready. Let's go eat. I'm getting hungry too, holy heck. I've only been here for about 4 hours, yeah. Why am I hungry this early? We've done a lot today, didn't we, Tylra? I hope we can get just as much done tomorrow too. Good night, Tylra. Make patterns with cards? Poker's all about bluffing. Everyone's given a hand and cards that makes up the rest of the hand are laid out. If you think you're better than the other person, you attempt to bet more. You can call someone's bluff or fold if you think you're getting a bad hand. Why do I feel like it's something like Chot idea? The morning zoomies.
It has come to my attention that Tylra has not been called a good girl in over an hour, so I consider this an emergency. Here comes the emergency good girl in pet pets. Good girl.
Oh, thank you, Evie. The most popular and most competitive is Texas Hold'em. Terror busting off the walls. I got the early morning zoomies. Alright, let's go. And remember, everyone, keep your golden smile. Alright, monsters, let's get to work. Hooray. Thank you, Ash. Oh, hi. Oh, hey, Miss Lagombi. Is something the matter? Hello, LagiDerg dear, and you as well, Tylra. I wanted to ask your team for assistance today. Oh, you want our help? Team DergSimps? Team DergSimps help? We'd love to help, right, Tylra? I'm glad. You see, Mr. Barrow has been a little worried recently. He's too shy to ask for help himself, you see, so I decided it would be best if I came to you myself. Would you mind following me so we can meet Mr. Barrow and see what's worrying him? Yes, totally. Wait, I mean, we wouldn't mind at all. Great, right this way then, Liz. Hello. Hello, Mr. Barrow. Hey there, Miss Lagombi and Team DergSimps. Can I help in any way? We wanted to make sure everything was okay, Mr. Barrow. Everything okay? Well, I guess it is, yep. I believe something is wrong, Mr. Barrow. You've seemed more anxious lately, so please let us know if there's anything we can do to help cheer you up. I guess I could use some help. Yep. I've Giratoda's friend, their name is Gyro. They've been worried about their grandma who lives at White Beach, yep. I just feel really bad because I can't help. I have to stay here and do my duties. Don't be sad, Mr. Barrow. We understand and we want to help. Mr. Yase gave us permission to explore White Beach so we can check out all your friends' grandma. You really do that for me? Yeah, Tyra and I go find Gyro's grandma and make sure she's okay. Oh gosh, I don't know how to put it. Thanks so much, Team DergSimps. Sorry. It cracks me up every time, fuck. Tasty gyro. I heard it's some sort of food, but I don't know what it is. Looks like we have a new quest here. Let's go see if Master Sensei Yase wants to come with us to White Beach. Good luck then, LagiDerg and Tylra. Stop by if you need anything, alright dears? Understood, Miss Lagombi. You saw how apparently Monster Hunter Wilds had a performance update while it broke some mods, notably the performance one. Apparently it's got better performance even vanilla now, so I guess I'll give it a try. I'll try to uninstall all the performance mods before I try it out then. Master Yase, we got a quest. Oh, you seem confident. Yeah, Tyra and I have to go to White Beach. We're trying to find Mr. Barrow's friend's grandma. Wait, Mr. Barrow's grandmother? Slow down, LagiDerg. Yep, Mr. Barrow's friend's grandma. Okay, well that makes me happy to hear. Are you coming to me to see if I'd like to come along? Yep, you don't have to if you don't want, Master Yase. It's pronounced like hero, but with the H having a back of the throat sound. Hero? but that name is Gyro though, right? Gyro! Hero. Yasei being confused is the best. Everything about this game is just perfect, what can I say? Of course I'll tag along. I enjoy strolls on the beach. Yay! Tylra and I just need to get prepared, then we can head to White Beach. Take your time, I'll be waiting for your departure whenever you're ready. Yep. We could give it a test crack, but not dedicate the whole thing to it. Just thought you might be interested because I know the performance was a big thing for a lot of people. You include that thing? Yeah. The title update 4 update makes the game unplayable for me. Crashes constantly, stutters constantly, and then crashes again. So yeah, it was actually unplayable for me. So I haven't been playing it for a long time. Actually, hold on. What's up, Master Yasei? It's Miss Terry. She mentioned the coast recently. She said Team Courage found information that might be related to the abnormality by the coasts. If we're sticking around looking for Mr. Barrett's friend's grandmother, we may bump into unsavory monsters. You're right, Master Yasei. We'll go, just be sure to pack her berries. You got it, Master Sensei Yasei. Let's go get ready, then depart for White Beach, Tylra. Could it be possible that we may bump into another monster like the one from Deep Woods? I guess there's only one way to find out. I'm excited to spend time on the beach with you, Tylra. Ooh. You too, LagiDerg. Did we save progress? Yes, sir. Alright, let's get ready. Oh yeah, I need to go blank scroll. I have blank scroll. White Beach awaits. I have a feeling this adventure will either be relaxing or quite stressful. We best prepare for the worst. Skill tutor. Learn skill. Wait, what did I do with the skill blank scroll again? It's a Greek word? Hero? Blank scrolls are also used to find a scripting orb. Allowing turn skills your choice to skill scrolls. Collect XP scrolls to expand the team's arsenal skill. Blaze ball? Grease? Scripting orb? 2 new scrolls were scripted, then we're gonna pick them up. I don't get it. Ooh, shark. Let's just store them for now. We have a lot of herberry actually. Let's sell some items. White Beach can be such a lovely place this season, if you don't mind the nibble snarfs nibbling at your paws, of course. Nibble snarf? Oh my god. I will drink. More burp. I love how that's the burp emote. Communicating between burps. Wait, only cherry berry actually. 2 resto berry. I'm keeping all the herb berries. Blast blight. I don't think there's any blast blight going on. We sell all the stones. Anti-berry, 1, 2, 3, sell 1. One of these. This only for blast blight, I think it's fine. I'm on my way home and I'm angry. Uh-oh. Well, I don't want to pry what happened, but... safe travels. Whose finger? Does bird bite finger when they're angry? I learn new things every day. I'm just gonna sell these. I have bubble bath. No, don't let that Mr. Yase scare you. He can be quite stubborn, but he's a real sweetheart underneath it all. Master Yase is just fine. We're grateful to have such a great teacher. He certainly has the qualifications to make a fine sensei. Be sure to follow all of his advice and ask for guidance if you need it. Miss Nagombi, I was wondering, when did you join the borough? Did you get to meet Master Sensei Yase early on? Oh no, dear. Myself and Mr. Barrow joined much later. Your master, Mr. Yase, was here long before us. They did nothing. Just told me to wash it, apply iodine, and take ibuprofen. Wait. So at work you suffered injuries and then they don't care? Damn, that's fucked up. Does that mean you and Mr. Barrow joined the borough together? That's correct, dear. Mr. Barrow and I came here together, looking for new beginnings. Yay! I'm happy you already had a friend when you joined, Miss Lagombi. Any more? Miss Lagombi, what happens if we buy everything in stock? Will other exploration teams be affected? Oh, don't worry yourself about that, LagiDerg. What I have on stock is specifically picked up for your team. That way, even if you buy everything out, there's plenty for the other teams. Oh, okay. Thanks, Miss Nagombi. I was just curious. Oh? My cat tried to eat my finger yesterday. Oh. I am assuming so many things here. Hello, Mr. Lagombi. Can I ask, why is Mr. Barrow's scalp broken? Oh dear, that's quite a story. I know Mr. Barrow doesn't like to talk about it. Oh, okay, we won't ask then. He can be quite self-conscious about it. I'm glad you understand, LagiDerg, dear. I'll simply say it was an accident that occurred while protecting the things he loved. It sounds heroic. It does when you put it that way, doesn't it? No, now's a better time than ever to put away your precious shinies. What do you know that I don't, Takaramono? You need a cobalt medical team? Cobalt medical team? I want Dragon. Gonna net so hard? Fuck yeah. Net good. Hello, Takaramono. You've known Guildmaster Mr. Terry for longer than anyone else here. So I was wondering if you knew much about the old guild. We talked a little about it with Mr. Terry. Apply moss. Moss good. Oh, the old guild? Yes, I was there. Guild's guild. Guild's guild. And Yip at it? We love yipping at moss. I wasn't the treasurer there, unfortunately. That was the guild master herself. She cared so much about treasure that she sought to protect it as her guild burned to the ground. Oh, that's horrible. But do I blame her? Of course not. No Tokis equals no guild. You can see why Mr. Terry put me in charge of the treasury instead of herself. I see. Thanks, Takaramono. Anytime. Oh, did you find a mystery charm out in the wilds? The guild master has eyes for that type of treasure. What do you mean, Takaramono? She identifies all mystery charms that return to the burrow. Not so mysterious charm now. Oh, so just returning to the burrow identifies the mystery charm's effects. Thanks, Takaramono. It's a big help that Guild Master Mr. Terry can identify them for us. Shouldn't your tutor be teaching you these things? Why are they teaching you monsters these days? Oh no. Save pause? Okay, we have a lot of money. We are good on items, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 heals should be fine, I hope. I don't suppose these explorers without a house I think I mentioned would be Team DergSimps. If I found out your team is the reason we can't go back to Mountain Rescue. Deep breaths, Ratos, deep breaths. You're headed to White Beach, kiddo? If you don't know how to swim, stay out of the water. I've had to save a couple of explorers in the past who got in and then needed a rescue. I may rescue monsters, but I'm no lifeguard. Well, it's okay, we're both Leviathans and we are both very nice with waters, I would say. Let's go talk to Yase real quick. Does Yase have anything new to say? No? Okay. Oops. Alright, I think we're ready to go to the White Beach. Let me check the sub-quest real quick. Kill the forest, White Beach, White Beach. Deliver Herberry, escort Malfestio. Deliver Tweak? Lead me to 5th floor. Deliver Herberry. Akura Vashimu? Oh my god. Frontier representation? Espinas? Nowberry, 20. I guess we can lead Barrow to... No, I think leading Barrow to 5th floor is like so dangerous now. Because we never know what's gonna happen at White Beach there. So let's not do escort for now. Oh my god, there's 2 escort. God damn it. We'll escort to 3rd floor, I think that's fine. Nice. It actually tells you how dangerous the area is and what threats to expect there. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me if there's monster den there. If there's a monster den, I might just get one-shotted because monster den in Deep Woods almost killed my team, so you never know. There's suddenly a monster that can just deal 20 damage per hit. It's like crazy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heals. Prevent sleep. Prevent sleep is not that important, I think. But do we need one? We need Tweak and Herberry. Okay. The dens are scary. Either get dog power or get a big monster. Yeah, I got a big monster. I got a big Narga once, the first time, and yeah. What do we have? Despite water being common, must have look how weak are weakest to the water and ice element? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So we're not too afraid of water, so that's our advantage there. Yase and Malfesio is coming with us. Might beach low level 8, high level 12. It's not that bad. We're like 18. Yeah, we're 18. Yeah, should be fine. Alright, here we go. Hey, Pokemon dungeon music. Pathy side. Is this like a upgraded version of Rock? Running a launch and arc obstacle. Oh, for moderate water damage. Wow. Why is the map different? Yeah, not all team can, so I'm not gonna do that. What is that? Nibel's nerf? Oh. That's not accurate. No, this is accurate. Oh, that one shots. Holy damage. Daimyo Hermitor? Of course. I think that snipes. I should refrain from using too many skills like this, I think. Might not be the best idea. Poor Yase is the only one who can fly over stream through, otherwise get in water. Yeah. Let's refrain from getting into water too much. There's a gyro, I think. Oh, Malfesio can do that? Holy shit, Malfesio is great! I'll do it again. Chill, Malfesio, it's fine. Alright, we're good. Money. How many? 11. It's fine. Yeah. Let's set this one. Sure, it's a little herberries here. They're not chasing us. Let's just go to the next floor. Quest. So 3rd, 4th, and 8th floor. 3rd floor for Malfesio. Yeah, that's fine. Bye bye, Malfesio. Thank you. I'll be heading home now that I've seen all I like. That is such a good portrait for Malfesio. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. If Jade's here, I don't know how Jade would feel about that, but holy shit. Bye bye. When I played, I went Kuga Mizu because oh my god, I fucking love Narga and Mizu are cute. Narga in this game are also glass canister extreme. I think so. I never played Narga, so I can't say. Ooh, they're kind of strong. They should hate this. Big. Hey. Oh, one shot. That's not Devil Snarf, what's that? Oh, tiny Zamtrios? No, it's T Zamtrios. Oh, Tiger Zamtrios? Zamtrios? Really not going is when they lean towards speed, they can pick whatever they want really. Suddenly they are grounded only so they can take advantage of water and mud. I don't think I'm taking advantage of terrains as much. Evasion harshly fell. Oh, water blight. I can fix this, right? Oh crap! Oops. He looks like Daimyo Hermitor is not aggressive at all. Tiger Strike Jamtrios? Ah, I never seen that before. Right. Alright, what do we need here? Use a Herberry. Okay. I think I blow Herberry. Aioi. Like Yase has that little leggies. Drag. Yeah, you can keep doing that. Oh shit, okay, you're actually gonna keep doing that. I don't know what I expected. Of course they're gonna keep doing that. Uh-oh, paralysis? Shit, I have to help him. Okay, we good. Numbers! Oh my god, hello! Oh my god, eat number! Aye. Alright. Is that Akura Vashimu? Yeah, it is. Oh, Scorpion? Oh, hi! Do you have the item I requested? Yay, thanks a bunch, you're a lifesaver! Bye bye, Akura. Also, I hope Numbers is doing good. Welcome. Shineku. Oh, dragon. Naragakuga and Mizu also synergize quite nicely with each other because Naraga leans to speed as does Mizu and both benefit from Tailwind. Yeah, it does. Yase? What happened to Yase? Yase? Well, I don't know what happened to Yase, but I guess I fucked up the I fucked up the pathing. Stay put. Be right there. I'll bring friends over there as well. And by friends, I mean it is my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Numbers! Oh my god, everyone say happy birthday to Numbers right now. Numbers precious. Heck yeah. Hope you have the best birthday. Oh my god. He lost sight of you? That's kinda adorable. Alright, tactics, explore together. Are they not aggressive? Yeah, they are. Can I hide the bowl? I'm gonna just take the whole bowl then. Looking for a fight. Just gonna throw rocks. Elderberry seems very important. Ivory? Wait, what? Oh my god, it's Ivory Lagiacrus, what the fuck? That's the coolest thing ever, I'm gonna cry. Ivory made it. Oh. Whee! Got him. Oh. Wait, Yase. That's a lot of enemy. This may be a big waste of... change. Uh-oh, that's a big waste of steps. I have 900 steps left. This is really bad. Oh. I think they didn't think about the stamina issue with the step limit, huh? Oh, nice. Are they gonna fight each other? No. Oh. Oh, Yase is getting a little bit painful here. Nice too. HP 2, speed attack 1, evasion 1. Yay, leveled up! HP 2, power attack 1, speed attack 1. What's the skill? Crush. Ooh. Crush sounds really cool. What do you do? Monster in front. Deals medium physical damage to a monster in front and has high technical attack. Oh, if the monster has a lot of technical attack? Ooh, this is very situational, but I think this is good. We don't need tech seal actually. Yeah, we don't need tech seal. Yeah. Oh. 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 Alright, we get. Crush is like trash. I found that despite the high tech requirement, it almost always proceed, and oh my god, it stings on both ends. I have no idea if that means if it's good or bad. I think there's one more, right? Egg floor. Do I have twig? Oh, I thought I had twig. Oh shit. It does bullet damage against a monster with tech set as highest. Literally does more than most default pokes. I have my partner Lucky do 60 plus with it. Oh shit. Oh. Did he sell us? Got him. W please you. W? Unlucky, there's no twig. I hope there's a twig on the next floor. What's a crush? Heck yeah. I thought they didn't want to fight. There was a crate, there was a normal hit, God knows what a crate will be like. Destination floor? Prison berry? Cure status ailments? Ooh, okay. Oh my god, ow. My Espinasse is there, but I need twig. I didn't think there would be no twig here. This is really bad. No. That's not that good. It's a bunch of rocks, but no. Wee. There's no twig. No. I'm sorry, Espinas. Oh, hi. Did I not request it? No? Oh, what a shame. No! I feel like shit. No. Oh no. There's no twig. Let's just go to the next floor. I have to live with the shame. Some quest objective cannot be completed. Yeah, I messed up. How many steps? I'm at... Oh, it's my current step. It's not like counting down, it's counting up. Oh, okay, okay. Ooh, oh, I just wait. That's really bad. Oh, hi Chip. Oh my god, Chip, welcome. Hope Chip is doing good. Oh god. I don't know if I would just like skip all the water. I'm fine. Hope the Tylra is doing good. I'm doing pretty okay today. Yeah. This game is this game is like a lot more longer than I thought. I thought I can maybe finish chapter 2 today and then play Halo as well, but no, I was very wrong. It's a nice surprise, honestly. Oh, we did it. White Beach Peninsula. Oh, do you want to know how long it is? No, I'm good, I'm good. It's a cute game. It's a very cute game. This game is so perfect. I've been gushing this game for like 5 hours now. Fuck, it's the best game. The water is great here. Heck yeah. Don't splash me. Get splashed then. Alright, you two, we need to keep looking. Oh, but we've been looking around all day. You accepted the quest, so you have to do your best to fulfill it. You're right. Guess there's no time for fun and games, huh, Tylra? But where should we look? We checked almost the whole beach. What? Over there, behind you, Tylra. I think I see something. A colorful light waves like a banner from the ground into the sky. The source of it comes from along the beach. The light is like a bright topaz. I've never seen anything like that before. Should we go look and see what's happening? Maybe, but I don't like the look of this. It could be Mr. Barris's friend's grandma. We have to check it out. Let's go see what's going on here. I'll be behind you, just be careful.
It's time for the usual. Good girl. Good Kobo and Pat Pats.
Pat. Tech buffer on my team looking for a skill scroll now. It's a monster. Oh. What's going on with it? It was this monster that created those lights in the sky? It diminished a lot since just moments ago, but there's still some color coming off of its back, like a candle's flame. Look at it, stop, don't go any closer. Large, covered in darkness. It's exactly like I think I described. Is this what happened to the Nargacuga? What do we do? Should we ask if it's okay? It's not our duty to do anything with it. Whatever is happening to it might be contagious, stay away from it. Oh, is this fever? Oh, yep. Oh shit, I guess we have to fight it. Kobo doing the rar. Uh-oh. We're going to have to fight it. But, Master Yase, didn't you say we shouldn't get near it? I did, but if this one is as dangerous as the Nargacuga, it could follow us back to the burrow. The reason I feel like I stayed away was for that exact reason, to protect the burrow. We have to stand and fight the best of our ability. Oh, lucky. Oh, gog. Oh, gog. Here goes nothing. Let's do our best, Tyra. Oh, gog. Very convincing battle cry. I know, right? I'm the best at battle cry. Let's have lucky insect foes as well. It's getting a little bit loud here. Actually, we should get ready. It's resisting our attacks. We should try attacking using skills to do more damage. Let's use skills, Tyra. Yeah, sure, I mean... I can only heal... I need to swap places with Lucky so that I can control who to heal. Dark shell cracked open. Ooh, we got it. Well, what's happening now? Something just disrupted the weird dark aura around the monster? I think Tyra's skill did something. When it attacked using a skill, the afflicted monster was weakened. Now they appear less resistant to everyone's attacks. Yeah. Oh god. This is fine. We did it? Easy. Regain their kinship? Ooh! You saved me? What? Oh, it's so cute! What is this? Oh my god! You don't need to eat the herbs to heal them. You can just like them when you like. Oh, I didn't know that. Stinky aura, yeah, stinky shark. Why? I don't know who you are, but I owe you my kinship. Can I join you? Sure. Join Team DergSimps! Yay! Hang on, did you just say something? What's going on here? You attacked us and you want to join Team DergSimps? I'm sorry, like I said, don't know what came over me. There was this scary darkness and I was so alone and afraid. It looks like whatever was happening to them is gone now, Master Sensei Yase. Maybe we should trust them? Alright, fine. Maybe we could ask... Do you know who Gyro is? Gyro? I can say I do. Excuse me, but is everything quite alright over here? Gyro! Oh, you're not. Aruganosu. Oh, Frontier. My apologies for interrupting, but I heard mention of my Gyro. I do hope they are well. You must be Mr. Barrett's friend's grandma. That's right, my name is Aruganosu. I decided to investigate when I saw a strange light in the sky. Or, I decided to investigate. Okay, no, I'm not doing that. Was that one of you kitties? So you saw it too, Aruganosu? I see, so it happened here too. You've seen it before? Maybe you know about what's happening. I'm afraid I don't know much, kiddies. I'm a mature monster, ma'am. But please, could you tell us what you do know? We have no idea what's happening, but we've seen monsters become aggressive and surrounded by a darkness. At Deepest Tunnel, I have witnessed the same. Do you think it came out of the sea, Master Yase? That would explain the sighting so close to here. I don't think it's impossible to say the waters may be dangerous right now. But we don't have enough information yet. I'm sorry I can't be of more use, kiddies. That's okay, Aruganosu. We came looking for you to make sure you were doing alright. I am, though this whole mystery has gotten me a bit nervous as of late. It's just my advice, but I suggest you live more inland, Aruganosu. You could stay at the guild for a short time until this is all sorted. No, that won't be necessary. I'll remain here as this is my home. My husband will be back soon and together we are quite the duo. Your husband? I hope they haven't been away too long. Well, now that you mention it, it was a while ago he headed somewhere inland. He mentioned finding a place where the water was gold. Do you know of such a place? No. A place where the water is gold? Can't say I do. Wow, gold water? That sounds awesome. If you say the waters are bad, I'll stay out here for a while then. But if you run across my husband, tell him to come home, would you? His name is Goruganosu. Yeah, this one is a silver one, and then the other one is a gold one. Frontier representation again. I love this one so much. Tell him to get his flippers back here to the White Beach quickly, and I'm sure we can take care of whatever problems the water are having. I've heard of a pair of miracle walkers that lived out here. I guess we found one of them. Thank you for your help. We'll be sure to deliver your message to Goruganosu if we bump into them. It's my pleasure, kiddies. We best get back to the burrow and explain to the guildmaster what we found here, you two. Good idea, Master Sensei Yase, sir. See you later, Aruganosu. Be seeing you. Stay safe. You are coming with us. Right. Easy, no problem. Trash and I'd imagine similar moves made absolute chump change of this guy, by the way. If I recall correctly, he's speed focused, but man, it does not discriminate. Hi Blizzy. Mystery Dungeon Night game is this? This is Monster Mystery Quest for Kinship. It's on itch.io, it's free. It's so fucking good. Yay, Herberry, and it's all mine, thank you. Please take this as a reward. Receive Team Chef certified, that's a lot of money. No berry, 35 rank points, And the bird, wow, it was so pretty. I only wish I could explore longer with you. Please take this as a reward. Adam Berry, yeah, we used 2 of them, I think. Yeah, 2 of them. I think it was a good idea to give it to both Yasei and LagiDerg. I misread as Harry Berry at first. Well, Mr. Yasei, you say you wanted to speak with me? That's right, it's about the quest we went on today. It was at White Beach. LagiDerg and Tylra and I were looking for a monster when we bumped into something. It must have been what Fidekai once saw. LagiDerg, care to explain what we saw? Sure thing, Master Yasei. There was this light in the sky. It was all wavy like a mirage. When Tylra and I reached where it was coming from, it was mostly gone too. But it was coming from a monster that was surrounded by a dark shell. It was sick or something? There was a little bit of light still coming off of it too, but only barely. And I swear I heard a scary heartbeat when we were close to it. It was supernatural. It does match exactly what happened to the Nargacuga. After about half a day though, that dark shell you spoke of disappeared. It was a feral monster. It just doesn't seem possible. Monsters losing their kinship? It has a name, that much we have learned. Dragon Rage. The affliction is known as Dragon Rage. It drains the kinship of a monster until it becomes feral. And although it is known as a natural affliction that occurs very rarely, it's obvious that something strange is occurring that has made it much more common. Guildmaster, is there a cure? If there is a cure, we do not know it. Oh, wait, but... Tylra? We managed to cure a dragon-raged monster, the same one we met on the beach. You believe you cured the monster? Is that the one who tried to enter the guild earlier? They claim as much. They did ask to join Team DergSimps just DergSimps just after. But I assure you they were afflicted with this dragon rage. They had the dark aura just as described. After we fought it, the darkness disappeared and it could speak again. I think it was Tylra's doing. When Tylra hit them with a skill, the dark shell broke. And when we defeated the monster, glowy peridot colored light overwhelmed them. It's the aura at the start of the game. Does this work on mobile or any of the emulators I have on my phone? I have no idea, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is on itch.io, so maybe that could help a little bit? They shrunk down to their original size and they were cured. It puts me at ease hearing that there may be a way to combat Dragon Rage. Me as well, Guildmaster, but how can we be sure? Tylra, is it true that you may be responsible for curing a Dragon Rage monster? Is that so? If it's truly unique to Tylra, I suppose I have no choice but to include Team DergSimps in our research. Yay! We can help research Dragon Rage and put a stop to it! Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Oh, it's the antagonist. Wait, see? What did I tell you, boss? I knew something very secretive was happening. Wait, you're going to give us away. Sorry, boss. Undoing Dragon Rage? Tylra is much special than we gave them credit for. I've in all of them. It's not a bad thing to have this unique quality, Jakura. I've heard it all. I've heard all I need to hear. Let's get out of here. Please continue your expeditions. In the meantime, I would like to formally permit your team to recruit members. Okay, now hold on. You're not sticking more monsters in my loft, I'm begging you, Mr. Terry. The snoring out there is bad enough as it is. Dear Master Yase must be talking about you. We don't have new buildings yet, so any recruits will have to stay outside the walls of the guild. But this means Team DergSimps can officially recruit monsters to help them on their expeditions and quests. It's up to Team DergSimps to decide how to recruit these monsters, but I don't recommend our outlaw rehabilitation program until they gain a few ranks. Thank you, Ayafitakai. If what I've seen today means anything, they might find saving Dragon Rage monsters is the most effective recruitment strategy. Recruiting monsters? That means more friends! I can't wait to recruit more monsters into our team. I'll inform you if there's anything we need investigated by the team you're in charge of, Mr. Yase. Please remain safe and keep working your hardest. Always good, Master Mr. Terry. I'll reward you personally for your work today. Here you are. You have 300? Oh my god, we're rich! Money, money, money. Food. Money, money, food. The story is getting so good though, holy shit! What a day, Tylra. We went to White Beach and learned about that weird affliction, Dragon Rage. But I can't help but feel like we're forgetting something. Your rock? We totally forgot to turn in our quest with Mr. Barth! Oh, guess we have to wait until tomorrow to tell him about Aruganosu. Anyway, I bet we have lots of work to do tomorrow, Tylra. So let's head to bed and be ready for whatever comes. Heck yeah. Is there more? The EP strike is so good. Hey, Tylra, I just thought of something. Are you still awake, Tylra? I can't stop thinking about something. The way we cured that monster of Dragon Rage earlier today, Tylra. Do you think it's something to do with you personally? Maybe it's just a weird feeling, but my gut is telling me something. Hopefully it isn't just Chef Gleifness' cooking. Do you think whatever is going on has something to do with how you got here, Tylra? Must be just a coincidence, but I can't help but wonder. I've never heard of a monster becoming a pharaoh monster. And I've never heard of a human suddenly turning into a Mizuzune either. Could they be connected somehow? A monster losing their kinship on my arrival? Connected? Could it be that they are both the results of something bigger? I guess there's no way to really know. I don't know what you were like as a human, Tylra, but I think you must have been a good person. Just think about it, you were the one who had the power to cure the Dragon Rage monster, Tylra. The Dragon Rage must be the cause of all the feral monsters appearing and making the locale so dangerous. I guess you're probably wondering how those connect, having a good heart and curing Dragon Rage. This game is doing the same story as the first mystery dungeon. Well, even if it is, I don't mind playing this game. Like, just for the gameplay and for the sprite works and everything alone, I'm already sold. I just want to look at this game to its entirety. I guess you're probably wondering how those connect, having a good heart and curing dragon rage. Maybe you haven't heard of the gift of kinship before? Kinship is the colorful spirit inside us that gives us the courage to explore and survive. It gives us the power to love and make bonds that can never be broken. Make love? Ayo. Everyone believes kinship was given to monsters as a gift in the form of the Great Kinship Ores. Great Kinship Ore? Legends say they are hidden all across the land. Of course, no one knows the location of all of them. Because if something bad were to happen to the Great Kinship Ores, who knows what kind of disaster would emerge. Have they shown other groups like your team? Huh? But maybe that's what happened. If a region loses its Great Kinship Ore, maybe Dragon Rage takes the place of kinship in that area. Maybe that's why their locations are kept secret. And maybe that's why we are seeing Dragon Raged monsters around us. I'm not sure, that's just my guess. I'm not sure how we saved that monster today, Tylra, but I feel safe knowing you're by my side. I think that proves we still have kinship. Thank you for being my friend, Tylra. Good night. EP on my tail, very nice. The Great Kinship Ore. Don't be crazy, Jakura. That belongs to Dune Ruins. Dune Ruins are ruins. They don't need the ore anymore. If we retrieve it for the Burrow, we'll be called heroes. The power of the Great Kinship Ore is enough to keep everyone at the Burrow safe. Youth Master Misuteri will have no choice but to promote us immediately. And that annoying Tylra and the team DergSimps won't have the spotlight anymore. Masterful plot, boss. Only a fool would steal a Great Kinship Ore. Even outlaws know that the knowledge of their locations is forbidden for a reason, and to never seek them out. This isn't truly for survival, Jakura. There's jealousy written about the whole quest. It's not, Serena. There's no more guilt. There's no more guilt at Junior Ruins. It's clear we're running thin on kinship here in the south. This is a solution, even if temporary. And if a promotion is a reward, our team, Team Knight, will gladly accept it. Let's go. Well, they're gonna destroy everything. Coming, boss, wait up. Hey, Jakura. Poor Somnaka, if you can just leave. Join me instead. Join the team DergSimps instead. What do you mean Team Knight? So lame. Drink water. Can I do the morning zoomies every time? And remember, everyone, keep your golden smile. Alright, monsters, let's get to work. Hooray. Is it free time? Alright, Hornet Horse, it's a new day, which means it's time to get to work. Before you do though, I want to tell you about recruiting monsters. Yay! A lesson from Master Sensei Yase! Make sure to get your paw and pepper ready. It's not that complicated, LagiDerg. I call it our recruitment strategy. It has a nice ring to it. We can workshop that name later. When it comes down, What it comes down to is that teams have different methods of recruiting monsters into them. I think your best strategy is try to do what you did yesterday, curing Dragon Rage monsters. You think we can still do it, Mr. Yase? I'm worried that was a one-time thing. Confidence, LagiDerg. Why don't you try and find out? You've got Tylra right there beside you. They'll help you. I guess we could try curing more of the Dragon Rage, right, Tylra? I can try. Yeah, right. Together we can do anything. Now that Dragon Rage is becoming more and more common, I'm sure you'll bump into another soon enough. Try going on expeditions and take rescue sub-quests with you. The more monsters we help, the more likely they'll join us. Okay, can I ask why, Master Yase? Why should we recruit new monsters into our team if we are happy how we are now? Yeah. Right, yeah. Look at me and LagiDerg. The best team ever, the Amizu and the Lagi? We could practically just don't worry about it, I didn't say anything. Well, I'm glad you asked. It's a secret. Huh? A secret? Well, aside from having more companions to complete quests with, recruiting monsters can lead to more unexpected surprises. Unexpected surprises? Psycho Mantis? Like I said, it's a secret. Recruit some monsters and get some rank points. I'll tell you about it soon. I guess we better go on an expedition today, Tylra. With Dragon Rage all over the place, we should go to a locale with monsters we want to recruit into Team DergSimps. Like Master Yase said, maybe we should pick up some rescue sub-quests just in case too. Here I come, Narga. Alright, that's all there is to it. You can manage your team by talking to Ifitkai. He hangs out around the guild master pretty often, so you can find him there. And you can decide which of your recruits you want to take with you at the departure gate. Oh, and of course, don't forget that you can teach any recruit new and old skills at my dojo. That's so cute. That sprite just now, Yase, cute as fuck. I'm gonna melt again. Oh my god. Good luck, Auditors. Thanks, Master Sensei Yase. Tylra and I will do our best. Oh my god, 9 pages? You can recruit monsters to your team by defeating Dragon Rage monsters. Enjoy your team on expeditions and quests. Dragon Rage monsters are monsters that have no kinship. Dark aura and wispy trail of light coming off of them. When you hit the Dragon Rage with a skill, their dark shell will break. Defeating this state, Dragon Rage will ask to join the team. When an ally hits a Dragon Rage monster, the monster resists the attack unless the shell is broken. Allies can still inflict the Dragon Rage monster with statuses regardless if the shell is broken first or not. Okay, so status don't care about shell. The color of Dragon Rage monster light represents the initial kinship color. If you recruit all 6 different kinship colors of a monster, something might happen. Whoa! Gameplay loop. You can manage to recruit a monster at Ifitkai or any menu where the team is visible, like the departure gate. You can rename and even dismiss monsters permanently. At the departure gate, you can add team or put a monster on standby. Determines if they will join you on your outing or not. The smug. You can take out the 4 monsters with you on an outing. Initially, this will be you, your partner, and up to 2 recruited monsters. Guest monsters that come with you on the quest or sub-quest are not counted towards this limit. Nice, okay. If you ever have 4 monsters on the quest or expedition because of guest monsters, any above the initial 4 are considered independent. Independent monsters cannot be accessed in the menu and are harder to control. It's not recommended to have more than 4 monsters on an outing. Yeah. We have to go catch up with Mr. Barrow after what happened yesterday. Let's go see them, Tylra. Hi, Mr. Barrow. Sorry we forgot to tell you about our quest result last night. Oh, it's fine, yep. I was really tired after carrying heavy things all day, so I understand, yep. Did it go well? Is Gyros and Grandma okay? Yep, Arugano so is just fine. Oh, thank goodness. Thank you so much for checking for me, LagiDerg and Tylra. It means a lot to me that you came back with good news, yep. Is that Brut? Oh my god, Brut. Anytime, Mr. Barrett. She did mention a place her husband went looking for though. She said he went to a place where the water is gold. Do you have any ideas where that could be? Gold water? I don't think so. It sounds like a place Takaramono would like, yep. Okay, no problem. I wanted to give you these as a reward. Please take them for helping me. Adam Berry? Ooh! Oh. Imagine Barrow just gives that Adam Berry to me. And then, oh shit, my bag's full. Alright, I'll take it back then. Wow, 3 Adam Berries? Adam Berries make you really tough when you eat one, yep. So save them for a tough fall or do whatever you want, yep. Thanks a bunch, Mr. Barrett. This will be big help. Come back if you need anything, yep. Today's off to a great start. Let's go get some recruits and rank points. Yeah. Let's save the progress. I think I can still play. Time? Oh, it's already 6 PM. No wonder I'm so hungry. Actually, before I want to play a little bit more, so I want to take a small break real quick. Small break. I'll be right back. I also need to open up the lights real quick as well. So while there's an ad break going on, I'll go for a small break and I'll be right back. Yeah. Someone's on the bird. I'll be right back. Wait. How many other people stream? Good question. Some strange magic at work? Ooh, maybe there is. Uh-oh. What if there's magic though? Magic would be kinda cool, no? I'm back. I'm ready to play a little bit more. The magic of friendship. Friendship good. On the search for monsters on the outside, take a ration. You will want to get hungry, this. What do we sell? We don't need this actually. We're gonna sell Athesite, Water Rock. We keep one Athesite. Now berry cures blights. We have. This is so funny, but I can't believe we have too many herberry. Let's store some. My friend Gyro was talking about something weird going on. Leave what you need, protect with me, yep. Maybe we bring 4. There. I have 600, 700 money. I have special deal going on. Give me 2 coins and I'll give you 1 back later. What? Have I seen a place where the water is gold? Is this the part where you surprise me by revealing you're replacing my mud with gold? Don't worry, I'm not that greedy. But I won't refuse it. I guess even Takaramono hasn't heard of it. Maybe we'll come across it later down the line. Let me know if you do. Money. I mean, I'm not trying to buy anything here, so... These tokens are safe in safe paws. Are in safe paws. Wow, I couldn't read. Whoa. I've been snooping and heard you save the monster in need, Tylra. Maybe you aren't that bad after all. I wouldn't put it past that face. You've got the most innocent face. It makes you look so guilty. Why? Hey kiddo, I heard something got you involved in a research project the Guild Masters put on recently. Do your best to remember it's a private thing. Mizuteri doesn't want anyone to talk about it until we know more. We wouldn't want panic explorers now, would we? They might make bad decisions. Speaking of, have you seen Team Night around, kiddo? They missed the morning briefing. Oh no! Oh no, they're out there doing the bad. Try recruiting some monsters by saving them from Dragon Rage. I'm here if you need guidance. Master Yase, why is Ivy the Kai always so stressed out? The Guild Master puts a lot of work on Ivy the Kai's shoulders. I wouldn't blame him for tackling that much at once and coming out a little heated. He's quite a tempered monster, just look at the size of his scarf. I guess he isn't that bad when you think about it. Tempered monster, huh? Are we going to have tempered monster now? Maybe Ivy the Kai is going to be the first tempered monster. Yes, if it's about Team Night, I'm already looking into it. They should have been at the morning briefing, yes, I know. You are... Oh, you're speed! Hungerless. The monster consumes less stamina than usual. When in the deployed team, the team stamina plays slightly slow. What, the entire team? Ooh, it's so useless. Quick bite. Monster in front. Mud armor. Raise the fire resistance and thunder resistance of the monster by 1 state each, but harshly lowers the monster's water resistance. Oh. Water spray and charge. Okay. I feel like maybe I should change some skills for Tiger Strike Jumpsuits. You have this cute monster's attention, Tylra. Oh. Let's go change some skills for Tiger Strike Jumpsuits. A tailwind would be nice. Learn costs. Oh, it costs money. I forgot. Oh my god. Well, I think I have a lot of money here, right? Give me my money. I'll take. I'll take 1k. I'll take care of the precious Tokis by spending them. Let's have Tailwind and change out. I don't think I want Mud Armor. Yeah, no. Okay. Yes. What if I have Roar and Tailwind? Would that be funny? Wind pressure. Reduce the speed attack of all hostile monster in the room by 1 stage. Big bite charge. Deals light physical damage to an enemy after running at them. Maybe charge isn't that good with how my plan goes, I think, like my playstyle. Let's change it to Roar. Oh my god, Jumpsuits is gonna be so busy. It's like, okay, let me do Tailwind. Oh wait, let me Roar instead. Okay, Tailwind again, Roar. Let's change out charge. Yes, sir. Alright. Tiger Strike Jumpsuits is gonna be like the support beast. You ever thought of selling Team DergSimps merchandise? I'll buy it. You know, I actually got no idea where a feeder kite came from. I heard about as mysterious as the guild master is. Huh? But you say you were here since the burrow was being built, right? That's right, and they were already here. Wonder if they were from the old guild. Anyway, Ha ha. Or the old guild? Chef Glaveness, do you know about it? Ha, just as much as your master Yasei does. Yep, we got a pass. Could call me a third wheel though. Does that mean Master Yasei had another friend back when the old guild was around? You bet he did. His first friend. But I'll let him tell you that story. Fair enough. I wonder how else I can get like new ingredients. Would be nice. But if not, I'm just gonna keep getting the duelist. Oh, how did I get 178? Holy shit. Hearty meal? Mmm, food. You cured a dragon rage monster? I wouldn't think it possible. Well, what are you waiting for? Go out there and cure some more. Cure as many as you can while we try to find a way to stop it for good. I, for one, never doubted you. Please keep making the world a better place, LagiDerg and Tylra. Oh, Sir Jackie! I think I chatted with everyone, right? Yeah, I chatted with everyone. I should probably do a save and then we go for one more expedition, I guess. We should probably do deep woods if we can. 2 deep woods. Does the quest? Oh, the twig is still there. Okay, we take 2 then. 2 deep woods. Rescue Narga. Rescue Niber's Nerf. I can do it. Hopefully we can find a Narga there and save it. So items wise, we should be very good. I mean, that place is not that high level, so we should be good. Tiger Stripe Jump Seals would be a good support as well. Yeah, alright, here we go. Deep wood. Money. It's some funky music, I know, right? Ooh, holy damage. Bunchy, oh my god. Hi, Bunchy. Welcome, old friend. Thanks for the chin scratch. Hope you're doing good. Nice. We need to go to 6th floor and 9. Yeah. No loot. Oh, wow. Maybe Tiger Stripe Jump Chores is not bad. Oh. Tailwind, nice. It's working, it's working. Oh. Wake up. Wake up. Alright, we good. Uh-oh. There's 2 of them. I'll help. I should help. Damage. Wait, I'm just getting gold water, right? Yeah, okay. The whole team can go through water? Oh, level 20, let's go! HP 2, defensive speak attack 1, technical attack 1. Evasion? Oh, nice. Hey, I think I'm getting better at this. HP 2, defensive speed attack 1, technical attack 1. No new gene. I think this is very self-explanatory. This monster becomes more evasive the weaker they get. The monster's evasion is bolstered when they are weak. Oh! What, am I heroic now? Heroic Mizutune? I'm trying to explore this place, or like explore every dungeon to its fullest, because I want to find more monster then? Yeah. Twig. Okay, we have Twig now. Very, very nice. Thank goodness it's not a dead end. I'll be so sad if it's a dead end. Go. Oh. I think they're just like right outside range. Tylra and LagiDerg is currently at the maximum level? What? There's a maximum level? Uh-oh. Did I... Did I farm too much? Is that it? Oh. I might farm a little bit too much. Money. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, that's really bad. Let's hope we all can survive this. I kinda want to explore more, but my whole team's poisoned. It feels like it won't go away if I don't go to the next floor. Oh! Yeah, it's a monster then. This is fine. I think I'm strong enough to like one shot, one kill everything here. Nice, just in time too. Who needs Damite? Sumptuous, HP 2, defense 1, power attack 1, speed 1. Okay. What's the little skill trash? Master can handle 4 skill at a time. What do you do? Use medium physical damage to a monster in front of his high power attack. Oh! Wow, change quick bite then. Yeah. Yes, sir! It's fine. Five more. Okay, let's heal first. Lagi can tank, I think. It's not that bad. Conchu armor. Yeah, poison doesn't go away, I think. I don't know how to check it, but I think, yeah, it's safe to say it doesn't. Gonna be on lurk, have fun. Ooh, okay. Have a good lurk, Chip. Thanks for stopping by. Press up one on the status effect screen. Status effect? Oh. Over time, if it cannot naturally regenerate HP, leaving the floor, extending the locale using a... Yeah, it doesn't... It doesn't... it doesn't fix itself. You have to go to the next floor. Narix lied to me then. Alright, let's quickly go to the next floor. I'm glad I checked though, because Monster Den is like the reason why I wanted to explore the entire place. I'm glad that ended up well. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure poison behaves just like in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. No. Help! Help! Hey. Uh-oh. Best empty your treasure bag if you know what's good for you. What? No! This is a stick hub. I never knew this could happen. Holy shit, alright. We are in good hands, I think. This is so cool. Should deal with the other ones first. Nice jump chills, nice. Got him. Not the cougar. I'm sorry, I had to do it. The cougar is trying to kill me. Ambushed by cougar. Defeat Naka Cougar or get to the stairs and escape. Ooh. I'm surprised we're at max level. So I assume we are close to the end now then. Right, we good. Oh, Dragon Rage Monster. Let's wait here. I don't think that's a good idea, some trails. Lucky? Oh. And that worked. You saved me? I don't know how to thank you. Are you part of the exploration team? Maybe I could join? Sure. Nice. Great Rogi joined Team DergSimps. Oh, they're just immediately here. What skill do you have? Power and technical? Ooh. Status checker. This monster learns to use status skills effectively. While enabled, the monster can prioritize using healing, curing, or other status inflicting skills when the time is right. The monster will try to never use a status only skill in a situation where it would have no effect, like attempting to raise the stage buff above 5 or healing a monster in full health. Wow, okay. That's so cool. Hit check, overpower, or clear sight. I think let's send you back for now. So Dragon Rage monster will just appear randomly instead of like at the end of the map, because I assume the Dragon Rage monster is gonna appear at the end of the map and then it will be like a tiny mini boss fight. But no, it just appears out of nowhere. In a way, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I should explore. More reason to explore then. I think this game does what Pokemon Mystery Dungeon didn't do well. Because even though I still explore the map to its entirety in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, but I feel like I didn't get rewarded as much when I do that in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Nice! Look at me, I'm puffed up! HP 2, speed attack and technical attack 1. Nice. This game rewards exploring a lot, and I appreciate that a lot. Like, sure, sometimes this happens, but hey, I mean, look at me getting all the monster dance and shit. Oh. Holy damage. Alright, this is the quest floor, I think. Yes, sir! I don't feel too great. What? Music? Are you here too? Oh no, I can't. What? Yeah, what the fuck? The clan was overtaken by Dragon Rage. We have to cure them using skills. Alright, you got it, boss. Okay, we good. You saved me? I don't know how to thank you. Are you part of the exploration team? Maybe I could join? Sure. Nice, Nibel's knife. Wow, wait. You're level 6? Ah. Nibel's knife is Leviathan? What the heck? Check water display mud fling. Infinite mud flick. I think I'll send Nibel's Snarf back as well. There, okay. What? Dead end? Oh my god, what is this dead end? That's so mean. Last floor. Wonder if we can find something more here. I'm still haven't given up on a Dragon Rage Naga. What? Hi again, Johnny Dragon. Oh my god, back up. Oh. It's fine, they got this. Welcome back, Red Talk. Thank you. Nice. Ooh. Alright, that's it. That's the... Oh! It is a thing! I thought it's not real, but it's real! Holy shit! Let's go! Okay! I love this game even more now! Okay, we need to protect the Zamtrios. Okay, Zamtrios is doing so good right now, holy shit. Look at Zamtrios, it's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Okay, Water Blight, good. Nice! Let's go, Naga! Oh my god! I'm sorry, I don't know what took over me there. Say, you would happen to be looking for monsters to join your team, would you? Naga, yay! DergSimps. Look at me, I'm puffed up. HP went up to 2, defense 1, speed attack 1, technical 1. Oh, Krell. Am I being nibble? Uh-oh. Nice, easy. Good stuff. Very, very nice. Oh, seriously? You again? Stop putting up fake subs. Oh. Oh, yeah, I got ambushed. It's not my fault that your explorers are so dumb, they just keep dissecting them. We'll take care of this outlaw. Next time be more careful, Tylra. Team share 20. I'm being spoiled, oh my god. Anti-barrier. 25 points. I feel so scared. Thank you for saving me. Take this, you deserve it. Nice. Like, the dynamic sub-quest is so cool as well, holy shit. Like, you take a sub-quest and then it's not like I need to do that, it's not guaranteed that I need to do that. Something might happen, hence the dynamic. It's so cool, holy shit. Let's go eat too. I'm also hungry. I can't, like, this game is so perfect, I'm gonna cry. We got a lot done today, didn't we, Tylra? I hope we can get just as much done tomorrow too. Good night. Yes. Up and Adam, time to get up. We should get going, Tylra. Can have the morning zoomies every time. And remember everyone, golden smile! Alright monsters, let's get to work. Yeah, Team Knight is still not here. Hey! Master Sensei Painter Yase! I said I didn't draw the scrolls. We've been working hard. Do you think it's time for the secret thing you were talking about? I don't know. Please? You lost, Yase, you lost. You see that face? You lost 10 miles away already, alright? Don't give me that look. Fine, it's time to learn about Master Yase's secret technique. Yay! Master Yase's secret technique. Yes, please hold your applause. Anyway, it's time you both learn about the rite of channeling. Whoa, the rite of what? The rite of channeling. The rite of channeling allows one monster to transfer the qualities to another. Those qualities are called genes. Huh? Genes? Oh, I think I heard of those. Good. Genes are mostly undetectable by you or I, but they make subtle differences in how we act and how well we perform. The shrine I have right over there holds a channeling gem. When two monsters channel their energy into the channeling gem, a gene can be moved from one monster to the other. The one who gives their gene is known as a channeling monster, and the monster that receives it is called the inheriting monster. Okay, so if I gave one of my genes to Tylra, I would be the channeling monster. Well, yes, but I don't think you should do that. Huh? I shouldn't give my genes to Tylra? When the monster gives their genes to another monster, the channeling monster becomes very tired. I can't let you be a channeling monster, or you wouldn't be able to participate in quests, which would break the guild's rules. Any monster that is a channeling monster will leave the team permanently. Oh, leave the team permanently? Oh, don't worry. Think of it like their final bit of hard work before retiring from Team DergSimps. Oh, I understand. If you got recruits with genes you like to move to another monster, maybe even yourself, let's give it a shot. Let's do it, Tylra. The rite of channeling allows monsters to transfer their genes to another monster, so this is like a fully Monster Hunter Stories mechanic, I think. When selecting the channeling monster, you choose the monster with the gene you want to transfer, then the gene itself. The channeling monster leaves the team permanently after the process, so pick the gene you want from them wisely. The name is Aknosum. I'm gonna cry. Whoever thought of this name, I'm gonna cry. Aknosum, huh? When selecting the inheritor, you choose the monster you want to receive the channeling monster's selected gene, as well as which gene slot to put it in. A monster unlocks a new empty gene slot every 5 levels. These can be selected freely, otherwise a present gene can be selected to replace it with the channeling monster's selected gene. My brain is already gone. With all I can offer your team from my tutoring and right, I hope we can find the road to your first promotion smooth. Promotion? Of course, you are looking to rank up, right, LagiDerg? I never thought of it. But ranking up sounds like a good idea. That way we can be even better explorers. You'll need quite a lot of rank points. But once you have enough, I'll let Guildmaster Mr. Terry know. Build yourself into a powerful team. I'm sure the urgent quest you're assigned will be difficult. Understood, Mr. Yase. We have to keep working hard. Let's get rank points and get Yase's help making a strong team. That way we can make an impression on Mr. Terry and ace our test. Heck yeah. Alright, what team I have. Nicaragua? Oh, Nicaragua is level 12. Speed 21, holy. Speed 21. Shadow Striker. This monster hides from the shadows and strikes when least expected. When hurt, the monster's affinity is bolstered while they are weak. Oh, okay, okay. I should put Tiger Stripe Jump Trios back, I think. What skill do you have? Screech, Leap Attack, Stun, Spike, and Glare. That's no good. Those subquests are going to complete themselves. Oh, but you must need my help if you're here. Good work finding a skill scroll. I'll take any scrolls you have and add them to our collection. Nice. Alright, Nicaragua. Conchu Armor. Raises the evasion of the monster by 1 stage for every Conchu on the monster. Every Conchu on the monster? What? The player Kuga I have has a sword of 21, 31, 21 power, speed, tech balance. Oh! Well, this Nicaragua seems very extreme then. It's 8, 21, 7. Oh, Poison Fang? Oh, it's technical. We changed our Screech. Nice too. Considering Naga Kuga has a speed focus that is one devastating Kuga, yeah. My friend Gyro! I need more speed band, right? Not power band. I guess I can sell power band. Like, I think all of Nagakuga's natural moves are speed focused, so exactly. My storage is almost full. I can just sell the power band actually. There you go. NT Berry. I guess I can go to the place again. What do you call it again? White Beach. Yeah. Actually, White Beach is also another frontier representation. A drink? I will drink. Thank you, Brett Hawk. Feels good. Alright, check time. It's already 7 PM. Heart, secret menu items? Don't be silly. Did Yase put you up to this? What's that face for? That's the face of someone who thinks I'm lying. You caught me. I'll give you a hint on how to access the secret ingredient then. Try recruiting a bunch of monsters if you haven't already. Ooh, okay. Nice. I'm surprised I didn't use the uh the barbecue spit music, you know, like ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. It'll be nice if I use that one, I think. Or could be the source, an elder dragon perhaps. No, why would an elder dragon be the cause of dragon rage? It's likely a threat to even them. What do you think, Tylra? How about you, LagiDerg? No idea. Disturbed great kinship ore? You know, LagiDerg, that's not a bad idea. But we have no idea where this region's great kinship ore is. I guess it'll be a job for explorers, am I right? Team DergSimps, let's see. You're still living up to our standards, keep it up. I'm too busy to write you official warnings, so don't get into trouble. Luckily, other than a few mistakes early on, you seem to be good explorers. It's not like we're given a list of rules when we joined. What was that? Nothing. Team DergSimps sure is unique. Continue your good work, LagiDerg. Oh, no. I want to bring only 3. Okay, so we still have the quest, right? Yeah, deliver twig to White Beach 8th floor. I guess I'll do one more. Rescue Mephisto. Only one White Beach? I need one more, but there's not any. Wait, how much money do I have? 1.4? Oh my god, I have 1k money on me. Okay. Is there a reason you're bugging me? You're on a quest to rank up? I believe the quest board is in the other direction. Hey kiddo, you're working hard on reaching rank 2? You'll get there, but you should concentrate on being satisfied with your team first. Monsters you appreciate, skills you enjoy using, I hope Mr. Yase can help you then. If you fall, I'll be there for you, kiddo. Do your best. Heck yeah. No chit chat? Right of channeling. We have status checker. Status checker for Narga Kuga because Narga has the tailwind. I mean, I guess I can do that. Monster relief team, yeah. Let's do it. The channeling monster will be lost forever, yes. Nargakuga gained the gene status checker. And Great Rogi left the team. Bye bye, Great Rogi. I feel bad. Like they're just gone. Alright, so we do one more White Beach and I guess I'll call it a day there. Item looks good. We need twig And then we only need to save someone. Yeah, rescue Mephisto and deliver one twig. Alright, let's do it. I guess I'll bring 4. No escort, right? Yeah, there's no escort. Yeah, let's just go. It's fine. We bring 4. Narga sprite is so fucking cute, honestly. I know! Everyone is so adorable! Fuck. Naga... Oh, Narga hates water. Oops. Lucky just blocked. Fluffy! Hi Fluffy Dragon. Oh my god. Hope Dragon is doing good. Welcome. Kobold adorable. Because Kobold is cheating. We bully Narga. I might regret that. I need to get into the real quick. Okay. They have water spray, I think. Yeah, a mud fling. That's even worse. Nice. Cobalt gold. Thank you, Cobalt Gold. Welcome. How are you doing? How was stream? What were you playing? A deadlock? Ooh. That's the Steam Overwatch, I think, right? I hope stream was good. Welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tylra. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. If you need any post-stream care, you know, like get some rest, get some food, get some drink, definitely go do them. It's very important. Post-stream care, very important. Kobold raid? Heck yeah. How was stream? Where's LagiDerg doing? LagiDerg can handle. Yeah, I'm sure LagiDerg is fine. Nice. Ooh. This is fine. See, LagiDerg is catching up. Yeah. Don't leave Nicaragua though. Oh. Ooh. Rock. Oh, it's immune to stone? Huh. Nice. You better not turn green with envy. Oh. HP 2, defense and speed attack 1, evasion 1. Ooh, I love evasion. So I guess stones cannot hurt. Cannot hurt Nibel's Snarf, huh? I'm glad I checked. I think there's one here. Yeah, oh, I need to save someone here, I think. Yeah. Oh! Dragon Rage. Nice. We got Plesiof. Plesiof looks so dumb, I love it. You saved me? I don't know how to thank you. Oh! Plesiof is so adorable. Are you part of an exploration team? Maybe I could join. Yeah. Nice. Plesiof joined Team DergSimps. Alright, we good? Nice. Ooh. Look at me, I'm puffed up. HP 2, power speed 1, technical 1. Ooh. Maximum might. Ooh, okay. You rescued the wrong monster. Time to send that Mizuteria message. What? Again? An ambush. Who could have seen this coming? Hiya. The client ambushed our team. Defeating them or escaping is our only option now. Defeat Malfestia or get to the stairs and escape. We don't need to escape. We can destroy them. Something is stuck. I cannot move. Nope. Nope. What happened? No! Not like this! I can open up my menu. What happened? What happened? I cannot move! Why? No! Not like this! No! What happened? No! I cannot move anymore! I cannot even open up anything. What? I assume either Narga or Lucky is trying to target something that doesn't exist and it's caught in a loop regardless. Ooh, no! No! It was doing so good! No! Well, the game is telling me to stop playing, I guess. Fuck! I can't even open up the menu. Yeah, I cannot even open up the menu. Oh yeah, you can tell actually, cause look at the minimap. Oh, I guess they're trying to target this one because I killed this one. I think Lucky and Narga is trying to, yeah. The enemy dot's still there despite them being wiped out. Yeah. Try out, tap out, and back in. Okay. I'm doing it. Oh. No. And then... Work, damn it! There's only a tiny bit of the game left, by the way, so you're gonna set a third play for the game. Make sure to have a backup for stream. Oh, only a tiny bit left? Then good. So tomorrow we can play Halo then. So the plan actually is for tomorrow. My plan today was to play a little bit of. Okay, look, I assume, alright, I assume the game is like short. I didn't know the game is gonna be this long. So my plan was to play Monster Mystery to its entirety today and then play Halo. But I guess that's a plan for tomorrow instead. Well, who would have thunked? Who would have thunked? Well, I'm also very hungry, so I guess that's a good time to call it a day. Day. Oh, Exxon is streaming. Whoa, there's a dragon streaming. I'm bonking myself. Oh, why am I doing this? Bonk. I don't know what that does, but it's fine. I don't know what it is. I wanna raid. Yeah, I wanna raid Ixon. Oh my god. I wonder how long Ixon is gonna go still. I feel like I tell exactly how long you've got left in the game for now. No, I think it's fine. It's okay. No story spoilers either. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just play it tomorrow. If it's like really short, then yeah, it's fine because I do plan on playing Halo after. So yeah, whether it's gonna be very long or it's gonna be short, then either way I can still play Halo after. So no harm there. Okay, let's see. I'm ready to raid Ixon. I wanna raid Ixon. Somewhere around 10 to 30 minutes depending on how fast you go, I guess. Probably, I don't know. But we'll see. Thank you, Brecky. Night, Brecky. Right, let me plug my things real quick. This time I can plug them. I have coffee, and coffee helps a lot. Coffee, nice. Like I'll let Bernie tell you guys about it too. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. Yeah, coffee helps. If you want to support the stream more, there's a monthly subscription for the coffee, so yeah, that helps a lot as well. And I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream and stuff over there. Like when stream starts, when stream is delayed, or stuff like that. Anything stream related, I'll just announce it there. And there's also a dragon simping corner if you fancy looking at dragons. You will like the dragon simping corner, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Okay, let me get the right message in as well. Here. There, that's a right message. Of course, you guys can use whichever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. Don't want to flood the chat box too much. I think that's pretty much it for today. I had a shit ton of fun with this game, honestly. You have no idea. Like, you have no idea how much I love Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Because of like the replayability of the game is so much as well, and the sprite works, the portraits and everything. God, I never thought all the monsters could be this adorable, but here I am, you know. Here I am looking at all the heckin' adorable portraits of the monsters. You know, you have like Nicaragua or T. Zamtrios. Or Mizu, or Lagi. Especially Lagi, actually, right? Lagi is like the most adorable portrait I ever seen. And probably because Lagi is like my partner, so maybe that's why I can see more of the portrait art. But either way, my point still stands. This is like the most enjoyable time I have. For a long time, actually, right? I have been finding games to like scratch the itch of like character getting strong by leveling up, collecting things, quote-unquote extraction, I guess. I don't know about that, but yeah, I'm glad that this game scratches that itch, and scratches more than that itch, I guess. All in all, game is fucking amazing. I cannot wait to play more of that, and I cannot wait to see more of the future content of the game, so yeah. Yeah. I am so fucking happy today, holy shit. Nagi and Mizu are the cutest. Right, there's so many more cute monsters out there. Narga portrait is so adorable as well. Gosh, it's just so good, oh my god. Anyway, let me type in the rate to Ixen. Can't wait to play more tomorrow. Well, tomorrow might be like the end of chapter 2, I guess. It's fine. It's not fine though, but I cannot wait for more for the game. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm ready to rate, so I'm gonna go get myself some food because I'm very hungry. So yeah. Before the raid though, Koba wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Koba loves you all, right? And here comes the raid to Ixen. Hiya. Look at that, a kobold raiding a dragon. Wow. Wow. Every time I want to go to the dragon tag, it just scares me a lot. The dragon tag is like... the amount of non-dragons at the dragon tag is... scary. The first 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... yeah, the first 10 only has 1 dragon on it. 1. Another 10, no dragons, they're all enemy girls. Another 10. Oh, 2 dragons. Oh, 3 dragons. Ooh. Yeah, oh, the dragon tag is not the best, I would say, but it is what it is, it's fine. I'll wait for the timer to go down, as I always do. Anyway. Gosh, I had a good time today, holy shit, my cheek hurts from smiling. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everyone. And Cobalt loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care.